to Shmup Slam, where in the second day it's already like 75% of the way in. I know it's hard. But we had this amazing Donpachi like I was about to say run, but no, it was like fan animation, wonderful, but also like so ominous, so gritty. Like, whoa, that was heavy. We did maybe something a bit lighter, like to change to lighten up the mood a bit, I guess. And this is gonna be the case with Radirgy, played by RadianceAlesta. So I don't know if it's ready right now, if you're gonna start or not. So I guess if he's ready, he can play. I can start talking about the game and explain what the game is about. So for those who don't know, Radirgy, it's a Milestone shmup. Milestone is a company, or rather should I say, was a company that made lots of very original and stylish games. This one is their second game. We played Chaos Field, their first game in the previous slam, but this one is very unique and original game that really defined what Milestone is gonna be. So it was released in 2005, and it has these like very colorful visuals. Like you see those, like it's immediately pops. Like it's like, oh, I know, it's like that game. It's Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Yeah, exactly. Like inspired by this. You see this colorful cel-shaded visuals. The music is gonna be awesome as well. All right, so let's start with I guess the mechanics, the basic mechanics, because it's quite of an original shmup, I guess. You have 3 buttons. You have a shot. So at the beginning of the game, before starting a run, Alesta chose the shot. There's 3 different shots, like the 1, 2, 3 laser, which is what Alesta is using right now. That red forward laser. There's also a green, white shot and the bubble shot that is blue. But we're gonna pick the red shot, the 1, 2, 3 laser, which is the most powerful and the most useful in general. So that's the first button. You press that, you have the shot. But you also have a sword. Oh yes, swords, of course, they're awesome. And so the mecha that you control has basically... Oh, the first reset. Oh, it's fine. So it has a sword, which is powerful, very powerful, like close range weapon. You have no restrictions on the sword itself. You can also use the shot and the sword together. But if you use those 2 weapons together, the shot will be a little bit weaker. But it's usually not so bad, especially if you want to play aggressively. You're going to be using both at the same time anyways. So that's fine. And the third button activates some sort of force field. It's the game's equivalent of a bomb. Sometimes you'll see some sort of gray ring around Radiance's mecha, and that makes him invincible, and also allows him to move through the screen and defeat all the enemies if he wants because of the invincibility. But that weapon, that bomb weapon, is based on the gauge. So you see, there's the gauge at the bottom left here, the blue one. So if you destroy enemies, you get some blue pills, and those blue pills will refill this gauge. So that's how you refill the bomb. The bomb is like, it's not a specific bomb count or anything. It's like a gauge you recharge. If the bomb gauge is full, you can use a bomb, or like the ABS net. It's called ABS net. And now, maybe you have also seen some other gauges on the screen, because there's another gauge you need to fill. You can see on the top left, on the HUD, there's like lots of information there. There's like the pilot, Shizuru Kamigawa, who's basically the main character that you're piloting, that controls the mecha. But you can see a battery. The battery is the life, like the life points. There's also a gauge at the bottom, right below the battery. There's the green gauge. That green gauge is the multiplier. The battery, like the antenna reception, is basically the same thing. Both kind of mimic, they both show the multiplier. And how do you get multiplier? Well, there's 2 ways to get multiplier. The first way is you use the ABS net, the bomb, to cancel bullets. That will give a lot of... you can see here, like he's using that weapon to grab lots of green items that will refill that multiplier gauge. And you can see the multiplier keeps increasing. It can go up to times 16. So every quarter of the gauge is like a different multiplier. It starts at like 1, and then 2, 4, 8, and 16, powers of 2. And another way to also increase that gauge, that multiplier gauge, is not shooting. If you don't shoot and if you don't use the sword, what happens is that the mecha will deploy a little shield in front of it. It's not a huge shield. It's not something that can reflect bullets. That is something that will come in later milestone games. But it's something that is still very useful. If you're trapped, you stop shooting, you get that shield, helps you, defends you. Though you lose kind of control of the situation. So you can take. Because they are the main way to get lots of multiplier. What Alesta did is he used in conjunction that ABS net the bomb, and he also did not shoot on those cargo boats boxes. And the shield itself, if the shield touches bullets or touches enemies, it can also generate some, green pills. So that's really good for score. And speaking of score, there's also like items. You can see those blue point items. Like when you defeat an enemy wave, you see blue point items. You hit them with the sword, whack them with the sword, and you get them to grow, get bigger, so they're worth more points. Those blue items are like worth. I don't remember exactly the value. I think it's like 500 by default, or 2,000 if they grow up, or vice versa with the 5 and the 2. But I don't remember the values exactly. What matters is that you want to collect as many of them as possible. But if you juggle them, there's also some special mechanics. Like sometimes they can turn into other items. There's a bunch of items in the game. You've seen the inverted pink triangle. Oh, that one is kind of silly. It changes all. It's usually kind of rare, and it changes all the items, all the bullets on screen to items. Very advanced scoring uses that, and but probably not here because it can be quite dangerous and stuff. So what Alesta will probably be doing is instead focusing on the basics of the scoring of the game. That is, first surviving and not dying, of course, but then keeping the multiplier up, trying to like cancel bullets and use the bomb, and also speed kill the enemies. Because if you speed kill the enemies, there's like plenty of waves of enemies that are there at the same time, so to say. Like popcorn enemies on one side, also like big enemies, and if you kill one of those waves fast, the next one will spawn immediately. This game was heavily inspired by all these old school caravan style shoot 'em ups. Stuff like Star Soldier, for example. It takes some cues from it and has a new fresh coat of paint, and on top of that adds the town's zaniness and quirkiness and all that, of course. And but you can still see like there's so many influences from these old school shooters. Another one that you can see here as well, he's destroying ground targets. Ground targets would give like lots of points thanks to the items that they drop. There's like some of these like blue square items on the floor. He wants to collect also all these items. It's kind of similar to the tiles, you know, when in old school shooters you destroyed all the tiles and that gave you lots of points. This is kind of the same thing here, and that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool as well, because the value of the items that you get when destroying those ground tiles, at first it's kind of small, it's not a lot, but after a while they're really like climb. There's like some sort of formula, yeah, so far so good, and I think maybe those items will come in handy later on. Those brown items, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so right now, RadianceAlesta is on the second boss. The bosses in this game can get a bit crazy. See, they fire so many bullets everywhere. Thankfully, you see there's a lot of bullets that can be destroyed. So the very solid ones, the round ones, can't be destroyed by your sword or by your shot. You can cancel them with your sword, with your shield or your bomb, but otherwise, yeah, you can't cancel them. But you know, you have all those square bullets, those ones you can destroy. And even if you feel like you're trapped, sometimes you just erase some bullets with your sword and stuff, and it also, not only does it erase them, it also recharges your bomb. So this game is very dynamic in that sense, that you're always like playing aggressively, never really passive, trying to have like a good rhythm for your ABS net, and making sure you're on top of your game like at all times, and keep up with the pacing of the enemy waves. Because the faster you destroy the enemy waves, the faster the subsequent will appear, and that gives this game like very incredible pacing and makes it tons of fun to play. Because the visuals are great, the music is great, like all the tracks are like banger. Like I recommend like you go check out all the milestone games, almost all the milestone games are like banger music, and yeah, that complements the gameplay a lot. It's really fun. It looks fresh, it looks fun, it looks exciting, and you can see here as well in terms of scoring and multiplier, because Alesta is starting like stage 3 now. The enemy waves and the amount of bullets just like it's cranked up. Like now, it's gonna be like it's interesting because it's easier for him to keep a higher multiplier because there's more bullets to cancel, right? But it's also more of a double-edged sword because if your ABS timing is wrong, or if oh nice, he dodged a pattern, like yeah, nice safe spot there. You gotta be careful though. If you get too close to that boss, you can fire sometimes some attacks, like some defensive attacks. So that's why like Alesta backed off here. Pretty smart play there. If you want to be even more aggressive, you can, but I think he probably doesn't want like to play too risky, which is fair enough. And still here, like he has opportunities to really damage the boss and move on. Because the thing is, if you speed kill the mid bosses, because in stage 3, 4, and 5 you get those mid bosses, and by speed killing them you get extra enemy waves. So that's a good thing to do. What other things to say? Because there's a lot of things to say actually, but I wish I haven't forgotten anything. Yeah, lives extends because another reason to score is also for the extends, of course. You got the first one at 8 million and the second one at 20 million. And funnily enough, that's the same as you know, Chaos Field, the first game. Now there might be some stream issues at the moment. I don't know if it's just me. I hope it's just me, but there might be some problems here. But you know what? Let's keep talking about Radirgy, right? So he was on the stage 3, I think. I mean, I actually definitely know he was on stage 3. So Radirgy is the first milestone shmup that has the cel shaded visuals. And as I said earlier, it's really the one. Oh, nice, we're back. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. On that section here, like I mentioned, he's also, I'm seeing him getting he got an extend, but he lost a life as well. He's at 3 lives now. I hope it's gonna be fine. If he managed to get lots and lots of items, there might be a chance to make a comeback in the late game with the secret logo. We'll talk about it, I guess, when we get there, if we get there. Yeah, so this game like marks really a turning point for Milestone because they started like Chaos Field. They were still trying to look, I guess, for their identity and stuff. And this defines basically the Milestone spirit. All the games later on will have that. Oh, what is he doing? There's some sort of safe spot setup on this boss, but I don't know if he's doing it well there. Oh man, yeah, that is unfortunate. Like he lost a few lives here trying to do it, but oh. What happened there? Yeah, the bosses here in this game can be kind of like can be all or nothing. There's some setups. For example, boss 3, there's a safe all or nothing. There's some setups. For example, boss 3, there's a safe spot setup where you stay in the center and you're able to like cancel some of the bullets with your shield. You know. Yeah, I saw that. Very unfortunate. I'm not sure. Like, what's going on? Or maybe we have time to restart. I'm not sure. Like, what's going on? What's the problem? Because what are we going to do then? I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. What are we going to do then? I'm not exactly sure what's going on here.
Mark, did we go again?
Because you could have continued there. I think. Because you could have continued there.
I actually want to try again.
I think. Like if we have time, yeah, you can probably continue. I mean, do another run, but like if we have time, yeah, you can probably continue. I mean, do another run, but yeah. So I'm seeing as well like the questions in the chat. So I think from what I'm seeing, the game here is I think you're playing the Dreamcast fan translation, right? Of the game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but with the fan translation, right? The game has been like it was a Naomi game. Okay. Yeah, because the game has been like it was a Naomi game. Arcades. And originally released for arcades, and basically like plenty of consoles. It was then ported to basically makes the W, but whatever. All right. So yeah, there was like a GameCube port, Wii port, the PS2 port. Don't play the PS2 version. There was Radirgy 2, I think. But you know, that's a brand new game. We'll talk about Radirgy 2, I guess, when the game comes out. But yeah, so he's playing the Dreamcast version. The Dreamcast version was only released in Japan, but there's also like fan translation for the game. I imagine the fan translation probably include like reverse engineered all the translations that were made for the US version, the US Wii version, because that one was localized. Yeah, so a little like bit of story, I guess, with Milestone and the localizations. They've never had like lots of luck. Yeah, apparently we're back. Yeah, so Radirgy on the GameCube was planned to be localized, but because it was apparently like kind of late in the release, in the life cycle of the GameCube, somehow it ended up being cancelled, and some other cancelled localizations. Il Velo was also supposed to be on the Wii. It was released on Wii in Japan, but the localized version was teased. There was a trailer, but it didn't come out, which is kind of sad, I guess. And there's also like the biggest scam of all, Radirgy swag, of course. I guess you guys might be familiar with that. Still waiting for that Radirgy swag, but you know what? The original game is still there. You can still play it. Lots of different platforms. So it's a great game. So honestly, a good time to go and play it. So RadianceAlesta restarted the run. Hopefully this one goes better. So as you can see, yeah, sure, this is a game where you have like a bomb that recharges. It can recharge really quickly, honestly. You have a shield, but because you're always moving all over the place and there's bullets everywhere, if you kind of fail your setups and stuff, like things can go wrong, and sometimes you get surprised by like you take a hit because, oh, well, I thought I had still had some iframes on the bomb, and like these kind of things. And that it's just part of the experience, I guess. You kind of like learn like how the iframes work. In Radirgy, it's probably not as bad as Karus. Karus in my experience, Karus is the one where it's the easiest to take a hit out of bomb. Like once the bomb is over, and then you try to go back to safety, and then you get hit because there's less iframes. Radirgy is probably more balanced in that regard, but you're never really sure. And see, there's moments here, for example, like boss 1, he no longer has the bomb recharge. He has to micro dodge, but you know what? In this game, when you start run, you select your speed, and it's kind of like Danganronpa, for example. You know, you can be like super slow if you're like torturing yourself, or if you're like fun, you can go super fast. But there's no focus shot. There's no focus speed. There's only one speed for the whole game. So what happens is a fast speed, maximum speed, which is what Alesta chose there, is the best. The score for survival as well, because you can also get like score extends and all that, and it's just like the most fun, you know. However, there'll be some parts here and there where, you know, you want to micro dodge but you can't. It's tough. But yeah, the game has many versions. My favorite way to play, I think, is the GameCube one, but because it has like the best sound balance. Sound effects can be kind of like harsh and loud, I feel, on the other versions, but that's, I guess, personal preference, and maybe some other people like not as receptive to that. And I like the GameCube version, but the GameCube version has like muddier visuals. Here, the Dreamcast version is like really sharp, like beautiful, you know. The GameCube version is not as pretty, like the assets are a little bit blurry, the portraits are like kind of, yeah, very blurry for some reason. But aside from, I guess, the PS2 version and its very excessive slowdown, it should go wrong with any version of the game, because the basics, fundamentals of the game are still very exciting to play. And you know, the aesthetic, the presentation, the music, it's kind of crazy as well, because it's the kind of game where, you know, when it was around, it started like Milestone started making these games, like imagine the reaction back then. Like basically, game shmuppers had their Wind Waker moment. I think it was like, oh, this is like a flash game. What are those aesthetics? It doesn't look so good. But all the people are like, oh, yo, this is fresh. This is amazing. Like I imagine that must have been what happened. Like I wasn't really there when it happened. I guess you can probably see on forums or something like this, but you know, very strong personality in the scoring system, in the mechanics, because you can see like just how freeform the game is. Just, you know, you move around, you destroy stuff, and I mean, in a way, it kind of makes sense because the Milestone devs came from, I guess, Compile actually. Like, this is kind of surprising to me as well because I'm not a big fan of Compile, but you know, you can see the DNA in there, like with the weapons, like different weapons, just like the focus on invincibility and just moving around all over the screen. That it's just because the game was made for the arcades, you had to tighten up the pacing and just like the system and all that. So it's very exciting to see like what happened, like the whole DNA, the genealogy, like the family tree. And speaking of family tree, I mean, Milestone has a very, very special family tree. I mean, because right now, the thing is that Milestone as a company does not exist anymore. They made 5 shmups for the arcade. So Chaos Field, Radirgy, Marus, Il Velo, Radirgy Noah. They made some games on console and stuff, like Twinkle Queen, best fighting game ever. But what happened there afterwards is that the president was arrested for like violating a financial act or something, for weird shenanigans. You know, bankruptcy is just too original. It's not original anymore enough for them. You know, that's just my soul spirit. You know, but they came back. I mean, the devs came back as Sakura Flamingo Laboratory in the 3DS era, and now it's RS34. So what happens is, yeah, they keep dying and coming back, and I hope that they come back for good now, because they seem to be like doing pretty well with as RS34. They made some new games in the series for the Switch. They made Radirgy Swag, which is like the, I think, 4th game in the series, and Il Velo Swamp, and yeah, and Radirgy 2. They announced a sequel, which is kind of hilarious because Radirgy is a series with like 4 games, so it's kind of like a Kingdom Hearts moment where it's like, oh, Radirgy 2, but it's like the 5th game in the series, and it's gonna be there. It's gonna be out there for the like the Switch and PS4 and PS5, I think, which is not the case for the previous RS34 games. So this is cool. This is also one of the reasons that why RadianceAlesta wanted to play it and showcase this game, you know, because he wanted to, like, you know, Radirgy 2 is not out yet, but he wanted to like bring awareness to the series and hype people up for that upcoming game. Especially because apparently it might be this one, that Alesta is playing right now, might be as well included in Radirgy 2 or something like that. We recently heard some information about that, but I'm not sure it's fully clear yet, like how they're gonna port Radirgy to the Switch. I hope it's gonna be a good port, but yeah, it's gonna be rad. And Milestone, I'm so glad that Alesta chose to represent Milestone for this event, because you know, the past few slams there always been some Milestone or RS34 representation, like whether it's me or Tinopolis or Mojilov, but this time I guess I had to like you know, I had the two other shmup gods, you know, Success and Alpha System. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna give you some my slots, you know, and Radirgy 2 was not out yet, so Mojilov couldn't like showcase it as well. But you know what? RadianceAlesta picks up the slack and he shows us Radirgy, the original game, the game that really started everything for Milestone, and like really put them on the map, I think. Because Chaos Field, don't get me wrong, Chaos Field was like a fantastic game, but like very unique and kind of combat style as well, with all the bosses and like the groups of turrets and stuff. But it's really this one that really defines everything that Milestone is like, and that's not too surprising because from what I've read on like old blog articles and in blogs like from the developers themselves, it's like Chaos Field was more as like some sort of project where they were not commissioned, but they were like, it's not as strong in terms of artistic vision. Like this one is like the developers and Daisuke Nagata, one of the composers as well, really crafted a unique world, and they had like more, I guess, flexibility or freedom to really have the world that they want, the world, the visual, the style that they wanted to have, you know. I don't know if they're like what they think about Chaos Field, because is the only game in the series, in the like all the franchises, if that makes sense, that Milestone made that hadn't received any sequel so far. Because we have like Kairos the Beast of Eden on 3DS, we have stuff like Radirgy Swag, we have Alesta just picked up the second extend there, 20 million points, very nice, still on the no death base. Hope that keeps being the case. Yeah, because he's now on the boss 3, and boss 3 was the one that. So, yeah, I'm crossing my fingers, I guess. But yeah, you had El Velo Swamp, you had Kairos the Beast of Eden, you had plenty of Radirgy games, but not no other Chaos Sword games. So that's I don't know what to think about that. So he's trying, yeah. So the setup is like, yeah, if you don't move, see those bullets will not hit you, and then you use the sword and stuff. All right, he's doing it like much better than earlier. Gotta be careful with these enemies. Okay, yeah, because during bosses sometimes you get enemies to attack you as well, so gotta be careful for that. And he stays on top of the boss. I didn't mention that, but there's no collision damage. One more reason the game is extremely fun and frantic. And yeah, nice. He nailed it this time. Very good revenge. Yeah, this safe spot, like, excellent showcase of how you can quick kill this boss. If you want to play for like real advanced scoring, I guess you could milk the enemy waves that the boss spawns. And if you want to go even crazier, I guess you can use that item, like if you're lucky, the red item that changes the bullets into point items, but that's like insane. And you know, I'm pretty glad like this we had like the opportunity to do like a second attempt, because now we're into stage 4, and stage 4 is also like pretty hectic. You're gonna see, especially in the second part of the stage, is gonna be like, it's gonna be a whole flood of enemies. Like maybe yeah, like the compile style, but even here, like you can start seeing bunch of different enemy waves. See, there's like these blimps somehow that they shoot revenge bullets, so gotta be careful when you destroy them. Don't destroy them while being too close to them. You can also see like all these like yellow and blue medium enemies, but also like a bunch of waves with small popcorn. It's the same kind of, I guess, multitasking focus that you had to do also in the earlier stages, but here it's more hectic. But at the same time, because there's more enemies, you can recharge your ABS net a lot faster. So that is pretty great. It's probably not as insane as Radirgy Swag in terms of bomb recharge, because that game apparently is like insane. But yeah, it's still pretty good. I think we're approaching mid-boss 4. This boss fight is probably one of the hardest in the game, especially if you want to do like really speed kill scoring techniques and stuff. But if you play it safe, it might not be so bad. Like, okay, first attack, yeah, he does it, like he goes above, that's fine. It's afterwards when he starts like doing the spinning, like the drone starts spinning around him, and they throw lots of bullets. And remember when I said about what I said about like the lack of multiple speeds? That's a problem, right? He can't micro dodge easily. So what he does, he plays it safe. Like, okay, he's not gonna speed kill it, but he uses the shield and, you know, waits until the boss does a pattern that's more manageable. And he does, oh, took a hit there. I mean, he has still 4 lives, fine. And when you take a hit, it also spawns this purple diamond item, which recharges your bomb. So, you know, that's also fine. Just gotta be careful not to juggle the purple item and change it to something else. That would be annoying. But he only lost 1 life from this boss, or this mid-boss, so which is pretty good. Even I know that like in my runs, I do strats that are probably riskier, but I also like can't help but lose a life from time to time. It's like kind of like a tax. It's a difficult boss because you're just so close to danger, and you know, you can't really micro dodge easily. Those blue enemies, we also saw them like the big blue, like the big one, big blue, not to be confused with big blue from F-Zero, which is also really cool, but that's something else. Those big blue enemies, you gotta be careful. Ah, he took another hit. Yeah, exactly because of those enemies. They are very dangerous in the sense that you want to make sure your ABS net timing is properly synchronized with them. Like, he's playing aggressively, maybe, but he could probably be even more aggressive and make sure to kill one of those, like each of those big blue enemies with 1 ABS net. If he does that, he prevents them from like flooding the screen with bullets, which is what you really want to do, like really contain the madness. Speaking of containing the madness, this is where like in the second half, there'll be so many enemies and so many bullets everywhere. If you're not constantly using the ABS net, you're in a world of trouble. And here you really have to like multitask, because he's trying to make sure that he destroys enough enemies and does enough damage, like the medium-sized enemies parts, so that he gets the bomb recharge he wants on time. But he also has to make sure to move around all over the screen to catch those enemies in the first place. And he's also trying to destroy those ground turrets. It's very easy to miss these ground turrets in the heat of the action, but he's doing some little detours here and there, which is awesome, in order to get those turrets and collect their items. Yeah, the batteries at the top, for now, like 3 batteries out of a 5 block battery bar, it's the life. So he got these 2 extends, 8 and 20 million. He's at 47 million, which is a pretty good score. And like probably way above what most 1cc, basic 1cc's can have, I think. But yeah, and he's now on boss 4. Boss 4 can also be killed relatively quickly. He's trying to go for, yeah, the speed kill strat. There's a speed kill strat. Nice, he destroyed the top part of the boss. Ah, damn, he took a hit there, but if he doesn't take another one, he should be fine, hopefully. So what happens is that on every boss, except the final boss, there's some sort of antenna on it. Like if you destroy the antenna, you destroy all the parts on the boss. And what he did was, okay, tackle that antenna at the top screen, the top left of the screen. Destroy it as fast as possible, and make sure that all the parts are destroyed with it. And now you can move on to the middle and then speed kill the boss. So it's kind of a tricky setup, but it's probably like the safest way to defeat the boss, I guess. Or like the safest and fastest, because there's otherwise what you have to do is like move kind of all over the place and destroy all the other parts, which is a bit tricky because you can't really move very safely. But here he did well. He has 2 lives. If he played his cards right, he might have an opportunity to recharge his battery. I hope this happens. So now stage 5 with like the incredible music. I don't know if you guys can listen, but go check out the music. It's probably one of my favorite tracks of all time. 24/7 is the name. Okay, so now mid-boss. Mid-boss, there's a specific setup to destroy it aggressively. So he's gonna pick this item. The item gives him the shield. You couldn't get the shield if you don't move, if you don't attack, sorry. But that item allowed him to, oh, wait, what are you doing? Ah, damn, he pressed the ABS net a little bit too late. Is he gonna get, okay, he managed to kill the boss, the mid-boss, but he's on his last life. He's on his last life, which is kind of scary, but if he collects enough items, the ground items, I mean, he could unlock a special logo, a milestone logo. Yeah, like hot tips here. There's, in this stage, a special logo that gives you 1 million points. It can be multiplied, so you can get 16 million points, and it refills all your battery. But you gotta like make sure to shoot the secret spot where that milestone logo is. In order to unlock that logo, you also need to collect at least 250 ground items. You know, the blue squares. Oh, use your ABS net. Oh man, oh my god, I was so scared there. Holy shit! Like, yeah, those helix enemies. Oh, they're just so many bullets everywhere. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's also super cool. Is he gonna get the items now? Because the trains that showed up here are also like dropping items. Oh my god, the screen is so flat. See? Unlock it. He shot it. He got it. Yes. Very nice. So he was shooting at the point in the center here, in between the 2 train tracks when they start splitting. And that gave him the milestone logo, and that gave him like tons of points. I'm not sure it was like max multiplier, but he's at 83 million, which is pretty damn good. And now he's back to full lives, which is incredible because that's gonna give him like all the safety he needs for the final boss. And oh boy, yeah, that was terrifying, but it allows you to make this comeback, and it rewards you for playing aggressively through the game. Because, you know, you play so aggressively through the game, you start losing lives here and there because you were so like close to enemies and bullets. But because you destroy enough ground turrets, you can get that refill, and you get points for it, which is awesome. So final boss now, this awesome green mecha. It spawns these drones. The thing is, you have to make sure to destroy these drones as fast as possible because they can get out of control, like the spinning ones especially. But if you want to play for advanced scoring, you can milk those drones. There's like some sort of cycle So he spawns like a bunch of drones of a specific nature, like the spinning ones now, the funnels. He's gonna be spawning some square turrets as well. But if you want to play for survival here, I think Alesta wants to get the clear in the bag. You know, he's gonna aggressively attack the boss. And oh, is it finished? Is it? Oh, it seems like it's finished, right? It seems like we're reaching the end there. But oh, what is it? It's still moving? Oh wow! It seems like apparently if you destroy this mecha, you get another form. Oh, a true last boss. That is surprising. What is this concept, man? Oh wow, so original. So what, this is basically this true last boss has the same kind of patterns as the last boss, but like the density is higher. So the same strats will work more or less, and Alesta is like going for like aggressive speed kill, trying to destroy the boss in less than a cycle, because he does like the same cycle multiple times. If you play for score, you can milk those turrets, and the boss fight can take like a lot longer because you're trying to milk and keep your multiplier up. But Alesta here went for the kill, keep your multiplier up. Alesta here went for the kill, he went for the clear, and he got it. Yes, very nice. Congratulations, RadianceAlesta. With 89 million points.
Yeah, man. What a great one. What a great one. I'm so proud of myself.
Hell yeah, man. The comeback you did on like the stage 5. Yeah, like, oh man, the comeback you did on like the stage 5. Like you were at the one life and you got the logo. Oh my god, wow, insane. And I think in the end you didn't even need extra life. And I think in the end you didn't even need extra life.
I'm soloed Mickey over there.
That's incredible. Oh man, that's incredible, man. Oh man. So RadianceAlesta here, he's a kind of player to the scene, but he looks like he knows everything about so many games. He plays very curious and stuff. It's so cool. He's a big Milestone fan, and yeah, you wanted to showcase this game because well, you like the game, and for preparation for Radirgy 2, I think.
Yes. Just to get people hyped up, I had to show this amazing game. I love it to death.
Yeah, nice. And any other comments on what your run was like? How it felt like? Do you also have that kind of like feeling where, oh my god, the Meister logo is not so far away. I might get it, but it's so stressful. Or where is it chill? Like how did you feel?
This is probably the most nervous I felt playing this game because it's getting recorded and all that.
Yeah.
I'm not good with recordings, and it's also the best I've probably played.
Wow.
And I'm so glad I could share it live with everybody. I want to thank all the GGs in chat.
Yeah.
All of the strats that M Night did that I learned, and they were so good. They helped a lot.
I'm blushing. Stop it. Oh. Yeah.
Awesome.
So,
yeah, great playing.
It was great. I think it's so. Is that a PB actually?
No, it's not. The score. Actually, wait. Yeah, it is a PB. But
oh my god, yeah, because you've been increasing your score over and over the past few days because you were training for the game, and now with the logo as well and the bonus it gives. Nice, very nice, man.
Awesome.
All right.
Well played.
Yep.
All right, we'll be switching over to the next run, which will be Galaga 88. So hang tight for that.
Nice.
Awesome.
And have fun, Slam.
Good luck to all the players.
All right, hello Shmup Slam. Gameboy Guru here, and we are going to be playing some Galaga 88 with Etrem 88. This is going to be a fun one. This will be on the PC Engine, and this is what we call a full dimension run. So Galaga 88 is an interesting game because it kind of takes the formula of the original Galaga and just sort of amps it up. Kind of turns it into a little bit of a cute 'em up, but also retains a lot of the elements of the original while expanding upon it and adding some new stuff. So here we are. Always start up with the dual ship. That is Etrem's chosen path, because one of the fun upgrades of Galaga 88 is that if you start with the dual ship and then you get those captured like you can in the original Galaga, then when you shoot down the commander and get those back, you get the triple ship. And so that is the goal here. We start off at the space station phase here for stages 1 and 2. And the first stage, really what he's going to do is burn most of the enemies right away, not worrying as much about score here in stage 1 and more about setup. So ideally what he wants to do is get rid of all these red enemies, get rid of most of these exploders. There's the commander coming down. He'll take that for the capture. And then just kind of avoid things until this commander comes down so he can reclaim those. And there we are, the triple ship. Now we'll take that one that combined. There's your first warp capsule. And the warp capsules are one of the new mechanics in the game. And then with these guys, what we're going to do is wait for each one of them to come down and then split them off for additional points per destroying all of the additional segments. And again, we're going to burn most of the enemies here. The primary goal here is to just kind of get through. So he's going to leave 2 of those blue enemies at the top, once again, to make sure that he'll be able to split off, or that they'll be able to combine here. He can shoot it down, collect the warp capsule, and then split the rest of these exploders. One of the things to note about the warp capsule is that when you grab it, you get a ton of iframes, and so it's highly advantageous to do that. Now we are at our first galactic dancing phase, and just like the bonus stages in the original Galaga, you want to shoot down all the enemies if you can, and then you get an additional bonus by getting all of them. One of the fun secrets about Galaga 88 is that if you literally just sit still and don't do anything, then you get a special hidden bonus or a secret bonus. And so technically you can just sit there and let all the enemies go and still earn points. But obviously you earn more by taking out the additional enemies. Now we are on to the Ice Planet phase, and here he's going to save as many of the blue enemies as we can here, and I think you can save up to 10. So once we get down to about 10 of them, then when they dive bomb, they'll start to split out into smaller squads, just like there we go. Yeah, and so with each one of these worth 2,000 points, it's a pretty big early scoring opportunity. He's already got his first extend, which happened at 50,000 points. And scoring at this rate, we'll be able to hit the second extend pretty soon, since that happens at 140,000. Which should happen right around or within the second Galactic Dancing stage. And the way that he's got this set up on the PC Engine controller, since it has the built-in turbo function, is since there's literally only one fire button in the game, he has one button set with turbo and then one set with no turbo so that he can do turbo fire when it makes sense and single shots when that makes sense. Oh, looks like he accidentally burned one. One of the things you'll notice when you watch here as well is, like a lot of games from this era, when you have multiple shots coming out of the ship at the same time, you'll see that when one of those connects with an enemy, the other one disappears, even if it's nowhere in the same vicinity. And so he and I were talking the other day, and we're wondering if the shot sprites change when you get the double or the triple ship in order to accommodate that, or if it's just another trick within the code. Now we've got the second Galactic Dancing stage. And again, he's going to try and go and clear all of these. And pretty simple strat for this one. Really just line it up with as close to where the enemies spawn as you can on the one side, and then switch over to the other side and just clear them out as fast as he's able. And again, the turbo fire is really essential for these stages. And there we've got full bonus there. And now we'll move on to the, we get our second dimension warp and move on to the first of the scrolling stages. And these are the only portion of the game that has a visual scrolling that you can see. And it kind of comes in multiple phases where you have a scrolling section, then a static section, and then more scrolling, another static, etc. And then that culminates in a boss fight at the end. And with these, mostly in order to have survival, he's going to just burn through as many of the enemies as he can, just to make sure that he's not risking an early death, while still getting as many of these splitters as he can. We're also getting close to the third extend at 300,000 points. And this is looking very, very good so far. One of the things that's interesting to note is the route in this game that Etrem is taking is very specific. If you don't get the warp capsules and you don't warp at the time that he did, then the stages you get are different, the enemies are different, and the layout's different. And so this is all very coordinated and very choreographed in order to make sure that it's that he's going on the route that he knows. Here we go. One of the fun things about all the bosses in the game is that they you can sort of bully the bosses by pinning them in the corner and just sort of hammering away at them and make little corrections out just a little bit to avoid their fire. So it makes for a much easier boss fight than you would normally think. Ooh, very close there. Just narrowly missed the warp capsule. And that's all right. There'll be other opportunities to get that in the next stage. Might as well just clean up for some additional points through these splitters. in the meantime, and this is the asteroid phase. There's the warp capsule. Very good. And like I said, collecting those warp capsules gives you a ton of iframes, so you really have a lot of opportunity to earn, to basically avoid a lot of enemy fire. And so it's advantageous to grab those warp capsules early when you got dive bombing enemy groups, so that you can make sure that when there's a lot of bullets coming down at you, basically you can get a free ride during those sections. And now that he's got both warp capsules, he was able to just burn through all the blue enemies that do the combining. And there we are. And now we'll move on to the third Galactic Dancing stage. And initially, he was not going to do more than the first two, but he developed strats that were pretty consistent for these. For this one, you can see he's going over to about that last crest and then switching to the other side to sort of catch the enemies as they spawn to make them much easier to grab as soon as they come on screen. And now he's going to sit right above the big crest for the last phase here. There we go. And now this will be the final warp bonus after this Galactic Dancing phase. And we are on full dimension, which means that now the rank in the game and the level is as high as you can get it. And now we have the final extend because we've surpassed 480,000 points. And now this is the what he refers to as the Bosco Nian phase. And here, basically on this batch of stages, all the enemies that do splitting and combining, we're just going to get incidentally, because with the armored enemies up front, the goal is safety, because they block your shots until they turn around. And so ideally, he just wants to be able to survive through all of this and not focus on the scoring for this batch of stages. All right, very good. First one down. Ooh. So there's the first death. But thankfully, since we have the triple ship, we just go back down to the double ship. And I don't believe he will go after the upgrade now. At least not immediately. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we'll do the upgrade now, since we've got all the enemies cleared, and this is a kind of the safe way to get this back and get back to the triple ship. For the fourth Galactic Dancing phase, again, he was not going to do this one as a full run. He was just going to sit through it and get the secret bonus, but he developed strats in order to try and make this one a lot more consistent. And basically just sitting in the center there and making little course corrections is kind of the easy way to do it. There we go. And now there will be some stuff spawning over there on the left side. Excellent. All right. And now we move on to the Soul phase for stage 19. Oh, another unfortunate death. But as you can see, a lot of the flashing there after collecting that warp core. So you really get just so much help from that, from the additional iframes. Ooh, and missed the opportunity for the warp core because of all the fire. But picked it up right away in the next stage. One of the things I appreciate about this game is how it has its own identity and yet still does a great job of paying homage to the original Galaga by using some of the same sound effects and a lot of the same kind of idea. And there we go. Once again, the safe strat of leaving that commander till the end so you can easily get back the triple ship. And that is a little bit of a change from the earlier notes, because initially I think the idea was to avoid getting the triple ship back because it is somewhat advantageous to be down to a single ship for the small hitbox. But if you can get it back safely, then it is still a good idea to do so. Looks like he's going to go for it here. This will be the 5th and final Galactic Dancing stage. Uh-oh. I lost my visual. All right. Looks like we have a perfect stage there. All right, and now we are on to the Dyson phase. As you can see, the Dyson sphere there in the background, and he's going to quickly inch his way over, and each one of these static stages, he will start on the left side and just sort of tap dodge his way over. Ooh, and there's a death, unfortunately. At this point, I doubt he will try to go for the triple ship again, but we shall see. Primarily because once you get through the Dyson phase before the final scrolling stage, if you survive all the way through, then the very last enemy will give you a red capsule instead of one of the blue warp capsules, and that will give you an automatic triple ship, regardless of where you're at, single or double ship. So at this point, the goal is just to survive and get through here as much as he can so that he can try to get back to where he can initiate that triple ship. Stage 25 would be the last static stage. And once again, just focusing purely on survival here, not even really worrying about the scoring strats at the moment, just so we can get back to that triple ship and get into the final stage with a little bit more in the way of resources. But he's doing pretty good right now with 2 additional lives in stock. There it is, the red capsule. So there's the automatic triple ship. And now we move on to the next scrolling stage here. Or no, I'm sorry. To the last Galactic Dancing stage. Yeah, and it does look like he did develop fresh strats for this final one. Excellent. Yeah, this is looking very good. I think he's going to get it. Yep, there we go. Perfect. 25k bonus. Very nice. We should be crossing the 1 million point mark fairly soon. And now stage 26. This will be the final scrolling stage. And ideally, the goal here is just to get as much as you can while also prioritizing safety. Even though technically we've got triple ship, we can go down to double ship and then single ship and still have the 2 lives in stock, but in order to prioritize safety, we'll basically just burn through everything here as quickly as we can in order to make sure that we can reach the final boss. And there's our 1 million. Lot of score in this final stage. Everything is worth a pretty good amount of points. I know in some of the earlier runs that he did, he was able to achieve 1.47 million, I think, as a PB. So we'll see where we land here at the end of this run. But right now, this is looking really good. Only 2 deaths so far, and looking very good on resources. Ooh. Okay, unfortunate death there, but we're moving on. Okay. Got through that section, and then here we are. This is the final boss. So we should be home free here, basically. Ooh. An unfortunate death. Oh, man. Lots of iframes after a death, but still plenty of opportunity to get hit with as much as it throws at you here in the final area. And there we have it. Oh! And look at that, 1.5 million. 1.51 million. Excellent. All right. GG. A very good run through this game. Couple of unfortunate deaths, but overall, a very solid run. High scoring. Great job. Congratulations. No Galaga Corp remains. Peace is here to stay. You deserve the gold medal. A new legend of the galaxy.
That was freaking close.
Yes, it was. A little bit of a nail biter there at the end. But you pulled it out. And hey, 1.51 mil, right? But now the warrior needs to rest. The end. Yeah, that was a great run. The definitely you get the edge on the PC Engine version with the ability to do 2 button assignments,
All right.
one for standard shot and one for auto fire.
You know what? I think that might be a personal best.
I think you're
I'll
right.
have to check the scores on the other replay there, but it's got to be close.
I was thinking you were telling me the
All right,
other
let's
day
see what
that it
this
was 1.47.
hit miss is. The hit miss is also important too.
Okay, so now we're going to see the hit miss percentages. Is he in audio? I don't think he can hear me.
93.
Okay, 93%.
I've had 96.9, so
Yeah,
oh well.
we've seen higher. He's done higher in practice runs, as much as almost 97%. But with 1.51
Sorry for the
million
delays. There is a delay between
score,
what I'm
that's,
seeing in the stream here, so
that's pretty good still. 93%. Well, an excellent run, I would say, all around. Very nice. And there we are. 1.51 million. And that is, I do believe that is a new PB.
All right. Well, I'm satisfied with the run anyway, so I don't know if there's anything much more to say. But yeah, that's the run. That's Galaga 88, and it could be the best I've ever done. I don't know.
That's awesome.
All right. Anyways, thanks for having me, and I'll dip out.
All right. Very good.
Now you're up next.
Yeah, and now I'm up next. So time for me to switch over and get ready.
Going on, everyone? This is Etrem here commentating for Gameboy Guru in his run for Lightening Force. I'll be saying Lightning Force though because lightning is an obvious spelling error. So what Gameboy Guru is going to be doing here is going to be he's attempting a no miss. Barring that, it'll be a 1cc. Little bit of information on Lightning Force. As developed by Technosoft and published as Thunder Force 4 in Japan and also in Europe as well. In 1992, North America by Sega as Lightning Force, also in 92. It's the final 16-bit entry in this series, and it expanded upon its side-scrolling only predecessor, which was Thunder Force 3, also known as Thunder Force 3 in North America, because it has quite a bit of vertical scroll capability as well, so it really shakes things up in that sort of a respect. But unlike Thunder Force 3, it has to be learned more specifically to really get a handle on what all that it has to offer. Because Lightning Force is marginally easier than its Japanese counterpart, most of the game is relatively the same. But there's a couple spots where there might be a couple less enemies, and a couple of bosses are a little less mean. So. There's going to be three main strategies here. Gameboy Guru is going to be managing his weapons on the fly to fit the situation that he's in. He's also going to be managing speed very precisely through certain sections of each stage. And a lot of memorization has gone into this. The way he describes it to me is that Thunder Force or Lightning Force for him is to UN Squadron for me, where I've sort of dumped a ton of time over the decades into that game to the point that if you remember a couple years ago, I managed to one credit clear that one-handed. So yeah, we're gonna get going here, and hopefully we will see some really cool stuff. So Gameboy Guru is already in stage 1 here. He's going to be doing Strite. That's what this stage is here. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward stage. There's a couple of interesting safe spots. Well, maybe he hasn't started just yet. Okay. I'm just looking at the other thing there. He is going to start with Strite, though. Okay. Discord. Okay. Here we go. I got it. Okay. So yeah. Here we go. We're live with the gameplay now, yeah? I believe so. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So yeah, this enemy here is kind of a pain if you don't really know how to deal with them. Big arcane enemy, but using blade and railgun, it's more than manageable at this stage of the game. So there he goes. We can take him out here. Railgun is very helpful with a lot of the enemies that are going to keep them out of this game. And this is a good strategy down here to take out this progressive enemy along the bottom of the stage. Knowing where these enemies are too is very critical in making efficient progress in this game, because again, there is a huge expanse vertically in any given area. At this point in the stage, the player is put underwater. There should be a 1-up right there. There it is. And at this point, at 75% speed, we're going to be able to make pretty progress around the screen to manage the enemies and maybe corral their shots in ways that are a little better suited for avoidance. Again, using railgun here, it's going to take care of anything coming from behind, and there is a lot of stuff that comes in from behind at this point in the stage. So, pretty straightforward strategy here. He'll be getting a point bonus right here. There it is. And at this point, he's got 5 lives, so he's I believe he's gotten 2 extends at this point in time, so that's not so bad. Now this enemy here, the boss, first stage boss, I forget the name of it, is there's a bit of patience required for this first little spot here. This tail hanging down is gonna lob some stuff that is taken out with the railgun. It's called the Gargoyle Diver. That's what it's called. Checks notes, finds out the name. Now from this angle, he'll be using the blade to take out the shots that it fires. And then right here, he'll duck under and go right in front of it again. And using Railgun, he'll manage the shots once again. And here we go. Boss flies forward, and the second phase begins. As he comes up here, you'll notice that Gameboy is using Railgun despite less forward firepower than Blade. The narrow forward shot gives him a good idea of where to aim at that little orb in the Gargoyle Diver there. So, there we go. He's dealt it damage to red, and now he's up in the corner for safety with that little yo-yo attack. And from here, it's just managing the boss slowly but surely with the Railgun. This is one of those bosses as well that in the Japanese version, it's a little meaner. That attack will track you longer and faster than in this version here. Avoided that attack there, very good. And so we should be coming up on boss end right here. There it is, boom. All right, so Gameboy is going to be heading to Ruin, which is our stage 2 for this run. A really cool space colony style stage. I had remarked in our practice run that this is one of those stages that sort of gives a good idea, a good sense of like depth and style with the amount of parallax going on. It sort of shows that, you know, you're flying through this gigantic tube, but in the background is, you know, the empty expanse of space. Using the blade attack is going to deal enough damage to take care of most everything that comes up from the front here. These guys are a bit of a pain. Using the snake weapon that he has collected does make short work of them. And they're fairly easily taken care of in that sort of respect. Got another blade power up here for some extra pointage. Using the railgun once again for some heavy damage from the rear, and using the snake to take out these guys here before they pop off their rather mean attacks. Another claw for 10,000 points. Very good. Here comes the mid-boss here. Fairly straightforward. It telegraphs his moves fairly well, which is nice. It doesn't take a ton of experience to take those guys out efficiently. Going back over to Railgun here to take out this sort of Zubrush style formation here. A couple of these guys once again snaking around the so Rhinex, I think is the ship's name. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. I don't know. These guys on the platforms are they're a little spongy, but I mean they're not terribly hard to deal with either. And here comes the boss. This is the Hell Arm. It's fairly threatening, not too difficult, however. First order of business is to take out the claw cannons on the top and bottom of the craft. It's a nice symmetry there. Almost reminds me of the Thunder Force boss, that mining one, I think, there, that has the two arms, but on its side. Kind of. Not really, though. These attacks are kind of mean if you get caught with them. Once again, though, it's fairly well telegraphed. Weak spot is the center. Blade works really well for this because it's got that sort of burst area of effect, which is very nice. And so there it is. We've got the second boss down. Here we go. Stage 3. We're going Dazer. This is one of my favorite stages. Once again, ton of vertical spread here, which is pretty cool for this one here. I mean, it gives the sense that you're up really high, which is very nice. Taking the guys out from the back, they're sneaky. They can sometimes be hard to see and hard to parse with all of this sandstorm, with the sandstorm visuals in the way. But if you know where to be at the right times, it's not especially hard, especially with the blade weapon in play. Once again, burst damage does wonders for this. So at this point, Gameboy is going to be going down a little further because there are weapons and a shield, I believe, to pick up very, very shortly. There's the shield. He got it. Coming up then again, just to deal with the smaller enemies once again. I don't remember if there's a ton going on below him right now, but what's not on the screen isn't going to hurt him. So, here we go. Mid-boss. This guy's tricky. He'll launch these 2 orbs on his on the side of the craft there. That's his main attack, but just staying out of the way of the tail is probably the most critical part of that entire battle. Once again, using the snake to deal heavy damage from above, very good tactic for taking him out, especially if you can draw him a little further down. We have got more small stuff to deal with before the boss, but yeah, I really do like this stage's music as well. One of the highlights, I believe, in this game. Not sure what it is, but it speaks to me quite a bit. Okay. So, Sandstorm is going to be clearing up relatively soon, and then we'll be on to the next phase of the stage. Another claw there for bonus pointage. Switching over through the weaponry. It should be noted you can only select weapons in one direction. Other games in the series do give options to go backwards or forwards through the weapon matrix. In Lightning Force, you can only go the one way, so only one button is dedicated. So, knowing exactly which weapon takes as many presses as it needs is an important thing to know throughout each run to get the most out of your weapon efficiency. Here we go. We're at the boss, the Fomohats. Very nasty boss fight. Blade does heavy damage, so you can use it on the main body. The main thing is to concentrate on the center section. Damage is done little by little, and it takes until it takes enough to jettison the spinning shield orbs. So he's already done that. And these tracking orbs are kind of a pain in the butt too. So that's something to keep in mind. Thankfully, they are destructible, as you can see there. That section of the boss has now been destroyed. 100% speed is recommended for this particular boss. Using some snake here to deal damage from below. The snake does a lot of damage, maybe not as much as Blade, but it's very effective at what it does if you are above or below your opposition. And there it is, boss is down. We're now on to the air raid stage, stage 4. Now, this is a very visually busy stage, but that's not to say that it's not super cool looking. That background is pretty sweet. The color palette's very nice. Hunter is a great weapon to use in this particular stage because there's a lot of stuff that may not immediately be visible. And the Hunter does a good job of sort of not only taking out stuff in hard-to-reach places, but also giving the player an idea of where stuff actually is. This section here, something that I didn't know when I was playing it back in the day, was that those top and bottom sections with the guns and the ships, you can fly behind them. I thought they were stage elements that I could crash into, so I always stayed center stage. So that's helpful in case you didn't know that. Continue with Hunter here and just avoiding those crosshairs, which will end up firing ordnance at the player. Just take out the small stuff and all should be good. There is going to be a rather tricky section a little further ahead where Gameboy Guru is going to want to grab and extend. It's tricky to see. Once again, very busy stage. And it does move rather quickly as well. So that's something that Gameboy Guru is going to be setting up for very soon here, I believe. All right, these missiles coming up here. I don't know if he said that you couldn't get hit by those or not. I think those are just set pieces for the story, because we play shmups for the story, right, guys? There we go, 10,000 points on a weapon pickup beyond max. Very good. Back to Hunter. And here we go. Nice and fast. Here comes the extend. Very soon here. very soon. Maybe a little. There it is. I got it. Okay, there. Good. Yeah, just before the boss. So here we go. Rat Carry is easy enough to dispatch. If you've got the weapon loadout, moving to the top right and using Blade to quickly take out the front part is critical. Back to the railgun, and using Freeway to attack from above. Pretty much everything is dealt with in just an insanely quick manner. Nothing to it, really. That's one of the quicker bosses in the game if you know what you're doing, so... Alright, here we go. We're on to the alien battleship. Not unlike our type, we're going to be fighting a giant ship. And this is a fairly busy stage, but once again, as long as you've got, well, shield management is key here. You can afford to take a couple hits if you need to. But there's a lot of stuff to watch out for here, especially on the top and bottom of the ship. There's all kinds of stuff that it just sort of lobs at the player here. There's already a small mid-boss to deal with here from the rear of the ship. But once again, pretty easy enough. Another shield there for safety. Anytime that a shield is obtained, it does not stack. It simply replenishes what the player already had or engages it if it has been lost. But here we go. We're going to take out a whole whack of turrets here. These are going to cause a lot of problems if they're not dealt with quickly. It's really easy to overwhelm the player at this stage of the game, especially when stuff starts homing. Got some extra pointage on that pickup there. But the main objective here is to take out the big turrets and manage the laser fire. Freeway is a good way to deal with that, obviously, and Gameboy Guru is making use of that right now. Once again, this is there's a lot of memorization that goes into this, finding safe spots and figuring out which weapons do the best against what you're facing. Knowing when to use the railgun, when to use Freeway. If you've got stuff coming from behind or above or below, it takes a lot of time to sort of figure all that out, and Gameboy Guru has that in spades. So here we go. We are at the boss here, which this isn't the time that you take him on. This is basically when your power-ups get all enhanced and stuff, as they do. Super Rhinex go. There we go. Now this is where the Thunder Sword upgrade is obtained with the claw. It's devastatingly powerful. Maintaining your shield and keeping the claw at all times is going to help tremendously, especially starting in this stage here. Blade is going to do a good job on these bubbles and such. But using weapons like Freeway is also a really good way to go about it, which is demonstrated here. Once again, routing and knowing where everything is going to be a good way to get through this particular stage. But of course, getting the hidden extend is kind of tricky business. You got to know where it is, and it's kind of really it's in a really tight spot. But I've seen him do this before. It's pretty... he makes it look easy. It really isn't that easy. I noticed that all of the stages going forward here have super duper narrow bits to them that can really throw the player for a loop. And once again, knowing exactly where stuff is, and perhaps the best route, or maybe the safest route if you're playing for survival, is once again something that it takes a bit of time, but it's totally manageable. For those wondering, Gameboy Guru is playing this on it's the Nintendo Switch version of Lightning Force as part of the Sega Ages collection. There's that one-up. Look how tiny that crack is. There's it's somewhat forgiving, but not as much as you'd think. All right. Take out that thing in no time at all with the Thunder Sword. yeah, basically perfect timing on the Thunder Sword just to charge it up and discharge it at just the right moment so that you can get as many off as you can while managing enemy fire. Fairly straightforward. Okay. Here we go with the boss. The Spark Lancer is fairly easy with a claw using the Lightning Sword. Basically, it changes color as it takes damage. Once again, Blade is pretty good for straight or like head-on damage on the sections that pop off to the top and bottom. That in conjunction with the Thunder Sword is a devastating combo. These attacks can be a little tricky dealing with the diagonals, but yeah, once again, heavy damage is the key to victory, and we are on to the next stage, Deceivo, which has a ton of rock formations that you got to navigate through. Once again, this is one of those ones with really narrow corridors and just like a ton of environmental hazards to sort of deal with here. So knowing where to go is particularly important with this particular stage. This is another one of those stages, though, that sort of showcases just a ton of parallax scrolling in Lightning Force. There's another shield to top off the shield power that Gameboy Guru has. Little extra layer of safety, and yeah, just going for. I believe there's another extend to be had in this stage as well. It's in some crazy spot. But as you can see, like, there's all kinds of stuff happening above and below. You can route the stage any way you want, but there's definitely going to be safer places to be, depending where you go. Graze the lava there, up through the corridor. That's one of the trickier spots. The bubble barriers, always a stressful hazard in a shmup. I've always found, whether it be Gradius or Lightning Force, as the case may be, trying to take out as much of the area as possible while not crashing can sometimes be a challenge, especially if you've only got very narrow fire. There we go. This guy is almost on the way out. I believe the only damage that's happening is on the forward part of the enemy there, so once again, Blade is going to be employed for heavy damage in that sort of respect. More environmental destruction to be had here, very good. Is he going to get it? Yeah, he is. There we go, 10,000 extra points, very good. Alright, here we go. The Dust Egg is tricky. Mostly an easy fight if you stick to the script. In this case, it starts on the ground like an armored slug and will crawl back and forth. Periodically, it'll shoot out a bunch of debris from its back, and you'll want to take all of that out. Using the blade weapon, obviously, is going to be a fast way to take out its first form here. There we go. And he comes up like a cobra, using those bendy lasers that everyone loves. Thankfully, they are taken out by blade fire, which is definitely helpful. But I believe he will strike forward here as well, if I'm not mistaken. Something to take care. Yeah, see, moving forward there. But yeah, just sticking to it. It's a good safe spot there, just above the horizon, which is good. Just enough room for it to slam out in front without hitting the player. And laser fire is just dealt with the blade. Pretty easy stuff if you know what you're doing. But there it is. Boss is down. All right. Time for the wall stage. Once again, there's a ton of different paths to take in this particular stage. What Game Boy Guru is going to do is he's going to go on the lowest path. The bosses in this area are going to be less troublesome than the ones further up. This choose-your-own-adventure style of stage really adds like a lot of replay. If you really want to challenge yourself, you can take on higher areas for more of a vicious fight. But the first boss here, he has several different attacks. Making sure that you're out of the way when he's moving diagonally is key. There's one where he splits in half vertically, where one half shoots forward and another shoots backwards. That's a much harder phase to deal with because you can't do as much damage as if it just opens up from the front. Taking out the core is very important. This particular sub-boss, I call it a sub-boss. This little phase here, just taking out the replenishers up top is all you need to do. The little walkers on the bottom, you could take them out, but it's not strictly necessary. It almost wastes a bit of time to do that. Quick shield replenishment up over top, and we dip back down to the lower stage once again. This guy here, fairly straightforward with a Thunder Sword. That one always gave me trouble. That he has like a flail that he like swings around and launches forward. But it's not strictly something that you have to do if you've got the right firepower. More environmental hazards. Quick bonus there. Very good. Switching over to Railgun now. Sticking to the bottom. Now this enemy here is a bit of a tricky one. Largely you're going to be shooting behind. Until he switches to the front there. Very good. And blade weapon from here. Pretty straightforward. Knowing when he's going to move backwards and forwards is pretty key. You'll know you've defeated him when he like looks around like that and just it's followed by the explosion. Extra bonus. This gives you some extra shields. That's where the 1-up was hidden. Some shield was sacrificed to get through it. It's kind of required. Thankfully, it gives you another shield weapon within the little cavity there to sort of replenish the defenses that would have been wasted otherwise getting that 1-up. It'd be kind of silly to lose a shield only to die getting the 1-up that you were trying to get. Alright. So the evil core has some RNG, which can be an issue. 75 speed and freeway is a good way to go about it, but just paying attention to its telegraphing is important. Once again, using the Thunder Sword is going to deal just a ton of damage to anything that it touches. So as long as you can navigate around the boss while charging it up, there's not much more that needs to be said. Unload on that, and that's pretty much it. Now this here is kind of a sketchy phase, just like the death, because you can get hit by that. As you can see, Game Boy's shield has been reduced slightly. There should be another one fairly soon, I believe. So he's still in very good shape going into this stage here, which is the bio base. Again, a lot of tight corridors, but nothing that we haven't seen before by this point. these are kind of troublesome. They can be moved with fire, but they spring back. So don't just sort of hang around waiting for it to come back on you. Just make sure that you're out of the way, and it's no problem whatsoever. All right, these lasers are also kind of an issue as well. But once again, if you're in the right spot at the right time, you can just sort of avoid the attack by crossing over briefly and making sure that you're not getting hit by something else that might be coming up from the side or from below, as the case may be. Another stage with a ton of parallax, very cool stuff. Freeway is going to be used extensively here because all kinds of opposition will be coming from pretty much everywhere. Which may not be especially effective straight on. Especially seeing like this particular one here with the blade weapon, dealing with those almost delayed attacks can be tricky to follow. So, but this guy's got power-ups, so. It's up to the Thunder Sword to do the job. Very good. Still chucking along at 75% speed. We got a 2 million score so far. Very good. 11 lives. This is a no miss, so that shouldn't be of consequence. All right. Now there's going to be a couple of spots here where those gear-looking enemies are going to sort of split off and encircle the Rhinex. That's going to be kind of a pain. That's tricky too if you don't anticipate it. Just staying over to the right is probably the best way to do it, knowing that there's nothing else coming up. But it also revealed the 1-up, so we're now up to 12 lives. This is what I mean, the ones that encircle the player. That can be a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Unanticipated. If you don't know what's coming up, it can be kind of troublesome as well. Kind of a little bit of a fake out down there with the, it almost looks like a corridor, but it's not. So, bit of memo. The snake weapon is pretty cool in that it can follow the terrain, much like, kind of reminds me of the bit weapon in that Neo Geo game. What's it called? Last Resort? Except you don't have to charge it. Alright. I really like sort of the narrow color range in this stage. I'm not sure why, but it kind of appeals to me, even though it is in some ways kind of ugly. There's a 1-up. Very good. Hunter doing a good job of taking out everything above and below those corridors there. It's a very helpful weapon in that regard. The Armament Claw is going to fly in from the right side. Its only weakness is going to be the laser cannons on the back of its body, so we're going to have to go to Railgun or Freeway to pelt it. Looks like Gameboy is going to be going with Freeway for now. Once all of the lasers destroyed, it'll move backwards, and then we can attack from the front. So here comes the lasers. They're going to fire in sequence until they're inevitably destroyed. Pretty simple. It would really suck if there was RNG and they just kind of fired randomly. That would make things considerably more hectic. Alright, so with those lasers out of the way, it's going to move back very shortly. Oh, there was one left. It's right there. There we go. Alright, so we're going to be going to Blade once again to deal some heavy damage to the front. This is the giant enemy crab. Attack its weak point for massive damage. You know the drill. That's a nasty attack too, but once again, it is telegraphed. There we go. Core is open. Shoot the mouth. Oh, we have no shields, so that's going to be tricky. But I have faith that Gameboy Guru is going to pull this off. All right. So you'll notice there that only the missiles on the screen, for the claw that was on the screen, were launched. If they're not on the screen, they're not going to show up. Oh wait, I was wrong. Oh no, that's a different thing. But yeah, they weren't showing on the screen for the bottom, so that was a small safety strat there. Around the world here, this weapon is going to keep spiraling around the enemy until it's taken out. Oof. And there it is. We are done. Okay. So this is the final stage. It's basically just the final boss. All the major power-ups are given to the player here to make sure that they are properly equipped for the battle at hand. Here's the first part. That's the boss that was ejected from that ship back before we got our superpowers. You'll notice that he ducks out of the way when the giant cannon fire happens. That's the giveaway to get out of the way so you don't get hit top or bottom of the screen. Staying close to this guy is going to prevent those homing lasers from hitting you. So that's decent. The weak spots to this, I believe, are the top and bottom of that muzzle there. Staying around the middle of this rotating column is a good way to get out of the way quickly. Using the laws of centrifugal motion. Very good. And there it is. We're on to the next phase. Final boss. 1-up. Very good. Up to 14 lives. Not so bad. So we've got no shields, but I believe that we're still in very good shape for this boss. If you know what you're doing, it's not going to take very long at all. Basically, we're going to be taking out sections on the left and right using, I believe, blade and railgun. Once those are done, it shouldn't be long at all until it sprouts legs and starts crawling up the top of the thing. Oh, we're using freeway. Very good. Shouldn't be very long now before that section is gone. There it is. There's the legs. And it's going to crawl upwards. Using the Thunder Sword, we are going to do some heavy damage to this boss and annihilate it pretty much instantly. There it is. We are done. Final boss done. We have the no miss clear. Very good job, Gameboy Guru. Hats off to you. Excellent job.
All right, bringing you the mic.
Ooh, wow. All right.
Excellent job, my dude.
Thank
Very
you so
good.
much.
Yes.
I made one mistake, which was in the Dazer stage, I missed the 1-up. There was a power-up carrier there that had a 1-up, so I would have finished with 15
Ooh.
lives in stock, but what can you do?
Well, I didn't notice it.
Well,
So
I
I
feel
think you
pretty.
did a really good job. Yeah.
I feel pretty good about the no miss regardless because.
Oh yeah, that was a bit of a nail biter at the end with the shield though, but I had 100% faith.
Oh yeah. Well,
100% faith.
as long as I didn't mess up on the pattern on that golem, that indestructible golem ship, and
Yeah.
I could one cycle the big cannon, I figured I was home free. But yeah, always a little bit nerve wracking going to the final boss with no shield.
Yeah. Definitely. But yeah, no, that was an excellent run. Couldn't have done better myself. I couldn't do better myself, I'm totally honest. But yeah, man, terrific run.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great. A lot of fun.
All right. Well, I'd like to extend a thanks to Mark MSX for having me as commentator today and for hosting my run as well. Gameboy Guru, excellent job. I've been your captain today, and I hope you all have a great night. Bye for now.
Awesome. Alrighty. Hang tight, everyone. We'll get to the next run.
All right. I'll have you guys explain the mechanics and stuff. I think Salty and Wabby, you're the best fit.
Are we live?
Yeah, we should be. Mark said he'll switch as soon as it begins.
Alright.
Yep, it's live.
Alrighty, hello everyone.
Yo, hello.
We have Rolling Gunner, Expert Mode.
And expert mode means expert score. We're talking expert collection of medals, big pointos everywhere. This is going to be the event that you want to see. This is the prime of the entire Shmup Slam. So stay in your seat and watch this. Rezardi is going to put on an amazing, impressive display of skill that you guys have never seen before.
I hope. I'll do my best. Alright, guys, do you like big, juicy cancels as much as I do? Type 1 in chat if you also love big, juicy cancels. So I'll be trying to get all of the big, juicy cancels in this game. All of them. 100%. Full achievements, all juicy cancels.
The first Shmup Slam 100% run.
Alright, someone help me out with the mechanics.
Wabby.
System. Wabby.
Alright,
Salty.
yeah. So basically, so the game has a hyper mechanic. What's interesting about this one is a double hypers. So you not only have one, but you get two. So you can see, as he hypers, he's got that gauge around him, the green one. The red one is the second one. And so when you activate that, you get not only another
Big
cancel, but you get more damage as well.
Yeah, like, both activations cancel all the bullets on screen into medals. The first one increases your damage quite a bit, but the second one, it dramatically increases your DPS. It's massive. Yeah, it's a Crimson Clover reference.
And you also
our names
see
are
him
not
delay.
displayed in the Discord thing. It's just the channel. Just heads up.
Oh shit, sorry. That was... Oh yeah, I switched to the wrong one, sorry.
For everyone watching, you'll see him delay picking up the medals as that second hyper's run out, so he can get an instant recharge.
Yeah, like as you kill an enemy that cancels bullets into medals. Shit, what am I saying? As the second hyper ends and you kill an enemy that cancels all the bullets on screen, you can get a full recharge, which I will from here on out refer to as a big juicy cancel. You're gonna see another one in a moment. Look at that, delicious. Basically, doing that lets you instantly refill your hyper gauge.
Another thing is the rank. So every time he does hyper, that rank's gonna go up.
Yeah. Yeah, the rank number up there. Every time you activate the second hyper, or as the game calls it, limiter release, the rank goes up by 1. And every medal collected during hyper mode also increases rank.
But isn't more rank more fun because you get more pointos for more excitement, for more dopamine?
Yes.
It just snowballs.
You do get more score. Those with a keen eye might have noticed that now his multiplier is at 1.5.
But it also increases the game difficulty tremendously. Enemy fire rate and bullet speed goes up a lot with each point of rank.
Rank is not something you can completely ignore.
Yeah, you can't just ignore it. You might say this is sort of a Battle Galaga reference.
Oh, I get it.
You remember that one? Remember that
Oh,
game?
because when you die, the rank goes down, right?
Exactly. And when you bomb too. That's a little bit of innovation. You can't just say, like, this guy is just stealing all the mechanics. No, there's a little bit of innovation here too. Another big juicy cancel.
And then
The rank goes down when you bomb.
Yes.
If the rank goes down when you bomb, that's a Giga Wing reference. Sorry. Somebody already stole that mechanic. Try again.
And another one. I could have gotten another big juicy cancel there, but I forgot. That's
more to come.
Yeah, there's plenty more.
You gotta pace yourself.
You can deduct $10 from the donations for that one. Yeah, we got some time for donations, like 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Let's see here. Escape Artist donates, gives a message saying, donating $50 for every close call where the runner escapes danger. May your health bar be full and your donations be even fuller. So every time you escape danger, Rezardi, that's $50 going towards the event.
Ooh, amazing. Oh shit. Oh,
How generous.
That's bad.
And then it's over.
Okay.
Oh, and for the viewers who don't know, there is an auto bomb system in the game. You just lose all your bomb stuff. It's not just it's what's the game? SDOJ's like that for auto bomb.
If you have auto bomb selected, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I might have to do a quick and cheeky reset. Okay, big juicy cancel right there. But yeah, I might have to do a quick reset, but only one.
Yeah, losing 4 bombs this early is
Yeah, it's kind of suboptimal.
just a little bit.
Look at all that danger escaping.
Oh fuck. Okay, I'm resetting. No more. How many dollars do I owe for that reset, Malone?
Oh, that's like 50. That's like 500 right there. You did a lot of danger escaping and just said screw it. Now we're gonna have to.
Yeah, now I have to donate those dollary doo-doos.
Yep.
What we do for charity. Oh, I also lose all of my money? Oh, well, that kind of sucks. Shit. Do I have to 1cc to get my money back now?
Yeah.
Yes, and Donor Gamer 42 says, "I'll donate $100 if the runner beats this game with a banana as a controller. Go potassium-powered speedrun. So take out that handicap."
I have a PS5 controller. That kind of looks like a banana.
Yeah, that's
Plays
close
about
enough.
as good as
Okay.
one too.
Are you implying that he should be using a keyboard or even worse, a hitbox?
Oh no, we don't cheat here, dude. No hitbox. That's cheating.
Yeah, no cheat boxes.
Yeah. Don't do that here. We don't do that here in Bafrica. Alright, well, you've seen this before. Little safe spot in the corner here. I'll activate the hyper to set up another big juicy cancel in a moment. Second, oh, also, point blanking with your option, as you can see, it does a lot of increased damage. You can see that the option like glows green when you're doing it right. I'll try and show it as much as possible.
What you mean close quartering?
Sorry, I meant in your facing. We call that in your facing.
Yeah, in your facing.
Oh, you have
I know the
a
term.
you have a fan in chat, Malone. KBX the Game Master says hello.
Oh no. What's up, KBX?
Huey says, if I 1cc, I steal $1,000 from cancer victims. Well, that's I wouldn't want to do that.
What a
so-
dilemma.
Well, I guess I have to rebrand this run now. Welcome to my Rolling Gunner 5cc guide.
Oh no.
No, just kidding.
I mean, if you try to
We're
go
going
past,
for that. We're going for that clear.
you go pretty lower than 5. You go insane, man. So that's all there is to it.
You gotta balance the scoring and the survival.
And BJC.
A lot more fast-paced cancels than Death Smiles for sure.
Oh yeah.
Death Smiles recharges feel very
Are-
like slow.
Yeah, they're also extremely annoying to set up.
Oh my god, yes.
It's like, oh, you have to use your hyper 750 frames into the stage, otherwise you don't get it. I wish I was joking.
As soon as this thing spawns, you have to use it, or else you'll
Yeah.
fucking not get
For
your
example,
recharge.
during the graveyard stage, I think it's when you see the first dog, you have to engage your hyper. Am I correct? It's been a while.
That I don't remember.
Yeah,
I
think
think Huey
it's the-
might know. I
it's the
think
first
Huey was
dog.
learning Death Smiles a little.
Big juicy cancel. Love to see it.
Another donation coming up. Random Encounter donating $50 in honor of all unexpected twists and turns in this run. Life's full of surprises, just like these donation messages.
Also, apparently, I'm one of the few people in the world who plays on an analog stick. Is that true? Any other analog stick reps in chat right now?
Analog stick players are very rare.
I only did it for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 for a short time when my joystick was busted. Otherwise, keep that all the way, baby.
I meant for
No, I'm just saying, like, it's hard. It's harder to use. It's possible, but definitely rare.
So, there's actually a reason why I'm using this. For the longest time, for the last 2 years of me playing shoot 'em ups, many of my friends and colleagues in the community have called me out for cheating. Like how keyboard is cheating, how keyboard is so easy to play with, yada yada yada. You know the spiel. So I was like, I don't know, man. Like, playing on keyboard is pretty difficult for horizontals. The up and down movement is very difficult to do. So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna learn how to play on controller. So I did. I've been playing the past couple months only on controller, and actually I've been enjoying it more. I've been barely using my keyboard since then. And I actually think this is easier. I think it's easier to play on analog stick than on keyboard. So
he gaslit himself into believing this.
So I dispelled the eternal keyboard cope by learning how to use controller. Also, big juicy cancel.
Oh, are we gonna get an unexpected twist and turn?
No,
it's gonna be a good one this
hopefully
time.
not. Okay.
Stage 2 boss surprisingly difficult.
Oh yeah,
even on expert mode and standard mode, really.
Yeah, there's the non-auto bomb where your bomb lasts for more than 5 frames.
Kiwi, I don't have 50 minutes for the run. I only have 40.
Input is fully personal preference. If you feel like you play a bit good on something, let's stick with it.
Alright, finally, we're seeing some new content. Who says that shmups don't have content? Look at all this content.
Look at all these Google Maps pictures.
Yeah.
Is this the Grand Canyon?
Yeah.
I don't know if you went that far.
I forgot in this game when you're actually using the rolling gunner, do you slow down a little bit? It's like a focus shot.
You can focus, yeah.
Okay.
Like if you're locking the gun in, you are also slowed down.
Oh yeah, look at that streaming dodge.
Oh god. That was a lot of
weird.
And this is the fast shot type.
How many shot types are there? Forgot.
3.
Yep.
Red, blue, and yellow.
So if you're a complete noob, which one do you use?
Whatever feels best for you. I like the blue.
It's
you go
all
fast.
personal choice. Oh,
So is the game fairly balanced? Is that what I'm hearing? There's no Chittafest character?
The yellow shot actually gains more medals up close to make up for the fact that it's very slow.
That's funny.
I think it gains bigger medals up close, is what Satis told me.
That feels like a joke.
But you
So
also
I'm hearing
actually have to dodge certain patterns instead of just going all around them, like you're gonna see in a second.
I got
This is
scared
all macro
here.
dodge.
I got scared. I
It's a
fucked up.
fair bomb, my friend.
I screwed up my hyper routing, so I didn't have a full hyper ready, unfortunately. Oh fuck, I fucked up again. Oh, I'm bad, bros. I'm a fraud. Wabby, we're frauds, bro.
Stay strong, man. You got this.
Okay, mental guard recovered. Thank you, Wabby.
You're welcome.
Guard recharged.
I don't want to lose my money. No, I need to get it back. Oh god.
Wait a minute, you have a chance here, Epic Failmaster. I've donated $25 for every time the runner's auto-bombed. You're doing great. Just remember, skill is your friend.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, God.
Oh, goodness. Look at that.
Too many close calls here, bros.
Kiwi spouting unfortunate facts in the chat.
Unfortunate. Sounds
There is
fortunate
a
to
safe
me.
spot. You can actually stand in the middle of the bullets there, but I am not risking it right now. Type another cancel. BJC.
Yeah. How many stages is this game again? That shows my fake interest.
6.
Okay, so I lose count when I've watched you practice this.
Yeah, stage 3 for a lot of people learning rolling gunner for the first time is quite the wall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's the filter stage.
I would say it's even harder than stage 4.
This
You
boss is
don't
very
have
cool.
Very cool. Very awesome.
If you love big mechas, this is for you. Shout
You
outs
play
to,
games like Macross?
Yeah, shout outs to all my Macross super fans.
Alright guys, be quiet. The runner needs to focus. This is really hard.
That's fine. You can read some donos.
No, you're supposed to get dramatic about this.
Alright, fine. Let's revise the script. This is very difficult, bros. I mean, it is very difficult. I have to pay attention, but
Yeah, he's not allowed to talk and play or focus on our jokes. Nope. Can't do that. Too hard. Oh, big
Cancel.
juicy cancel.
Try to explain why you're on 61 FPS, man.
So 60 FPS is a little too easy, so I wanted to spice it up a little.
Are you sure you're not using special features like one game I played where if you had 66 FPS, your gun shot twice as fast? I'm sorry, 56 FPS, your gun shot twice as fast? It's not a feature like that, is it? Not that we would cheat in these events.
No. Bro,
Okay.
come on. I'm not using keyboards. I'm not using a hitbox. I'm legit gamer. Legit
Allegedly
gamer
not using a
69.
keyboard.
Legit gamer 69. That's my name.
There you go.
I'm not seeing any like hand cam here, so maybe you are just using a keyboard.
Oh,
Is this pre-recorded?
Yeah.
No.
Fuck, man. Oh my god.
Okay, I
Always
walled
free.
myself. Great. Cool game. Cool game.
Unexpected surprises. Another 50 bucks.
Nice.
No, I'm not milking it. I don't have the
Oh.
time. Shut up.
And if you reach a certain rank threshold when you fight the last boss, you do end up having to fight a true last boss that is...
Yeah, I don't
Like-
want to fight it, but I might see it. If I do well enough, I'll see it. Oh, CBT Mage in chat
Just not
says
calling
honest,
it.
honest dodging, honest gaming. Exactly. We are super honest here. Only honest gaming here.
Whoa, Rezardi, the pressure's on. Giga Metal Collector says, I'm donating $1 for every metal collected in the run so far. Let's make this total as impressive as my in-game bank account.
Oh god, okay, I fucked up. Off
There's
route,
two
off
now.
route.
So we got a straight up cap jam here.
Okay,
In an
this-
unexpected event.
Another unexpected event. How many dollars is that?
You're at like 150 at least. Maybe 200 for unexpected events.
Die! Oh god! That was another one.
Oh, 250.
And I walled myself again. Oh my god, I'm bad. Please die. Oh, thank you. Jesus Christ. Oh, that was so off-road.
That was cutting it close.
You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Oh god.
Why'd you go through that, man?
Yeah, rank's going to shit.
Yeah, man. Someone's saying it might be a task run. I mean, we can't prove it.
And Ghouls wants to know how we can count the medals, if there's a way to do that.
If you really want, I can turn on the fucking webcam, but it's gonna take like half a minute.
That's Salty's job to count the medals.
Also, this stage track is so fucking good.
This is the arranged soundtrack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're coming up on a very important part of the run. This is this is a stage extend. You get this by killing both of the mid bosses without taking a hit or bombing. And because of auto bomb, it's
Kitsui reference?
Oh fuck! Oh, that was really bad. Auto bomb into death.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that is extremely bad. Oh shit.
That's yikes.
Ooh, if I auto bomb here, that's it.
yeah, cannot bomb these or you don't get the extend.
Misdirection. Oh.
Oof.
That's my special attack. Technique, rather.
Only in a sophisticated game like Rolling Gunner with full access, all 8 degrees of shots, can you do maneuvers like that and get away with it. This game looks fantastic.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Very nice.
Back in the game.
We have an actual $50 donation in the chat.
Thank you.
Borderline. Nice.
Borderline says, go buy yourself a 12-pack of some cancel juice.
Ooh.
Alright,
Can
I
you
hope you
afford
like
that?
big juicy cancels, because you're getting some more. And
And right,
another one.
You can't call it a one-up, it's an extend. Otherwise, I'd be calling it an extra man.
And another one. Oh fuck. And another one. If I didn't take that death there, I would be sitting at full lives and like another bomb still. Very unfortunate.
It's fine.
Hey, but let's remember the facts, man. The only hit that matters is the actual last one. Everything else is optional.
True, true.
Isn't there another like free onesie later on?
What do you mean? Bomb? Not in this
Like-
stage.
Oh no, like a later stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh, we got some BFB.
There's BFB in this game?
Yep,
Oh yeah.
lots of it. I mean, did you not pay
Look at all of
attention?
And if anyone in the chat is wondering, BFB is short for bullshit from behind.
A great feature in several games we've all played, especially Thunder Dragon 2. That game traumatized me initially. Then I just kind of dealt with it. Then I learned to embrace BFB.
No!
Oh,
good night.
as
Good
four
night,
bombs
good
down the
night.
drain.
It's over.
It's over.
Come on, no, you're a
No.
real gamer. Keep going, brother. That's another unexpected event. You're at $350. Got
There's
you
a
with the
massive
shorty.
on the mental guard, but it can be
You gotta
recovered.
recover. You gotta recover.
Lending you my spirit energy. Metal
Oh my
Sonic says,
god,
"Oh my
some
god."
shooting, Jesus!
Curious.
Metal Sonic in chat specifically says, "Oh my god, there's a word for that for that bullshit. The BFB. Yep, yep. It's a very good term."
That was fucked, man.
Fuck!
Oh.
Whatever.
Valiant
Okay, you
attempt.
got 3 more bombs and you got 2 lives. You're not a punk. That's the most important part. You're not a punk.
Very unfortunate. Whatever.
Oh, nice, get your extend.
Weird pattern that I honestly never figured out.
This
It
one
just-
is kind of nonsensical.
When in doubt, bomb it out.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
It's in time for me to open a nice cold one.
Alright, more donations. Read them out.
More Mountain Dew.
Let's
More
see.
sugar intake.
Charity Champion says, I'll pitch in $100 for every thank you the runner says to the donors. Gratitude and generosity go hand in hand.
Well, are you gonna do it?
Oh,
No, I'm just gonna turn on the webcam.
Oh no, here we go.
all right. So we got dramatic cutscenes and presentation, and then a pause.
Yep.
It's
The
funny
actual, like,
watching.
in between.
I'm not
scenes are
okay.
very-
I'm not gonna bother to set it up now. We don't have the time for that.
Well, he paused, so run isn't valid anyways.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
What a
no.
shame.
He uploaded MAME
He
cheats.
cheated.
Yeah, he put in MAME cheats on a PCB.
A trainer.
A trainer. Oh, that's an old term. I love it.
He's hitting numpad keys to give himself more
Another
metal.
autobomb. Oh yeah, I
Oh,
wasted all the bomb. Yeah, this.
Everybody,
this
let's
fucked.
channel our energy.
This is fucked.
All right, giving you spirit African energy.
Oh my god. This is probably the worst run I've done of this game in 80 hours.
Zam.
Hey, we're at like $500 now. So, all those close quarter dodges. We gotta watch a replay to send the build of the guy.
$100 for every bomb wasted.
Speedy Cheese says, shout out to the couch crew for keeping up with the runner's warp speed gameplay. You're the real MVPs. Here's 50 for each of you. Oh,
Oh, thanks. Oh. Buy some Slurpees with that.
some big gulps.
I don't know about that one.
Oh my god, another one. This is over. It's over!
Oh,
It's only
Not
over
over
if you
yet.
give up. Remember, this is what Razor Ramon taught me. Hey, Chico, where I come from, it ain't if you go down. It's only if you stop getting back up. Just don't give up.
There's some sick dodges there, man.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Very honest.
Yeah, they don't call me Honest Gamer 69 for no reason.
Never say die. Who needs chips when you're biting your nails?
Yeah, that's nature's chips.
Oh my god, stop shooting me! Oh, thank
Dodge
you.
Disaster says, donating $1 for every bullet on screen. As the game goes on, can we get pixel perfect dodge run? Let's dodge those cancer cells away.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, that was $200 more.
Oh, this is such a
Alright.
massive...
But everyone's favorite boss.
Good luck, man.
Rezardi's proving he ain't no punk.
Oh my god. Ah, whatever. I accept my fate.
Nothing a perfect rest of the game can't fix.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, you know, like playing Demo at birthday. Just never die and then use all your bombs. I mean, you can always ask for a reset, right?
Oh my god. No. No more resets, ever.
I think it'd be funny to let EC wait even longer.
Yeah, I'm sure EC's panicking right now and eager, and he's on the edge of his seat. He's probably getting like a world record right now, waiting for us.
It's that cool pattern right here.
Yep, this is how you do it. Don't stand in the middle.
Oh.
Guys, clap! That took thousands of hours for him to figure out thousands. Clap. Clap, audience.
Okay, I'm not used to the pattern being so slow, honestly. Normally my rank is at like 20 or something.
Hey, those of you who might not be in the know, it's not a BS excuse. Any little timing can throw everything off. That's why people argue so hard about PCB or this version of MAME or something. That little bit can mean everything.
Try not to auto bomb challenge. Impossible.
Please do not auto bomb, man.
Just use them.
Yeah, I'm using it.
I was about to fucking murder you if you auto bombed with them.
Come on, die. Oh my god, I did.
Oh my god,
Whatever.
man.
Very unfortunate.
Nothing a
Fraction of a health
perfect
bar.
rest of
You're
the
getting
game
killed.
can fix.
Listen, you
Yeah.
play better when you don't have resources.
Hey, Rez, the pressure's higher now. Boss completionist says
Yep.
$10 for every boss defeated. Extra 50 if the final boss is taken out with a dance emote. Let's groove our way to victory.
I'll
Canonically, you
floss.
bomb the boss anyways, as you see there. So,
Alright, you gotta game
Yeah.
real hard now, man.
alright, final stage.
The audience wants auto bombs. What can I say? I'm a man of the people.
Are you?
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm not used to the pattern being so slow!
He is at rank 0.
Oof.
Those medals, man. Jeez, this whole stage is canceled.
That was like 4 BJCs in a row. You like it?
Again,
You
clap
like it?
everybody. Clack it. Clap. Just clap. Play clacks. Yeah, play clacks, everybody.
Oh,
Girl's favorite game.
Don't play clacks. Play
You play
Genesis
clacks.
clacks.
Just play clacks. Or you can clap while you play clacks.
It's auto bomb takes out everything. Yeah. I think I lost like 15 bombs in this run already.
man, why do I keep losing my bombs?
I'm getting fat and I don't know why.
Linux 5cc donates saying, hey, auto bombs make the game more accessible. For every auto bomb you do, I'll donate $25.
Ooh.
Lax for
Someone said
Shmup
lax
Slam.
for Shmup Slam.
Get away! Oh my god, I hate this meme.
And you need to get another free guy, man, or else you're not gonna win.
There are no more free guys. Also,
Come on.
oh my god, that was a free.
Oh, no.
Good night. Good
$25
night.
more dollars.
Good night.
Nope,
Good
you
night.
still have, you have 1 hit point. You have a hit point.
Oh, a bomb.
Ah,
Back in the game.
back alive.
The bomb is your extra man.
Onto these.
Misdirection. Oh god. Please die. Oh god. Well,
Now for the Hall of Hell.
yeah. I don't.
It's
I
a
think,
safe spot here, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think my life's not gonna last much longer, bros. I got another auto bomb. Yo, that's like 25. That's 25 more dollars.
You're ready to use the auto bomb.
Yeah, imagine dodging this shit.
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, here we go.
Oh,
Is this
fuck.
an elevator from Hell Ketsui reference?
Yes, it is a Ketsui reference. For certain. That was an ultra
Good
close
timing.
call.
Yeah, that was scary.
Oh fuck! That was a manual bomb. Shit!
The first one of the run.
I wanted to. Well, okay, it's over. Good night.
Wait,
Yeah.
you did a manual out of Tony Hawk? Oh!
No.
I guess we're gonna convert into accessible
Right.
gaming.
I'm turning it into a
GG.
5cc guide. Yeah, whatever. There's like 3 minutes of game left. Yeah,
Soy Conductor says, I'm chipping in $5 for every cup of soy the runners consume. Keep that soy-fueled energy going. It's a soy-powered speed run.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll make sure. I'll make sure to chug. Well, too bad I lose all my money.
Just all your score, all your credits,
All my social
and your
credit
money.
and all my money. Very unfortunate. My game just crash? No.
No, it just
Oh, it's still
Where's the
going.
way to go?
I would have been funny.
Let's stop on the ledge.
Like, it just stopped. I was like, oh god, the game just crashed. Well, you guys love juicy cancels. There you go. That's all I can do after this shameful display. The least I can do.
So are you guys excited for this dev's next game?
I completely forgot that he was actually making one.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
he's
fact that he's
making,
working
like-
so polishing it, yes, I actually am excited for it.
Yeah. It's a
Tell me more about it.
it's like a hyper vertical.
Hyper.
We hit the final boss, but we've got time for some donations, Malone, if you will.
Let's see. This is from Loopmaster420. He says, for every loop of this game you complete, $1,000. So, play the second and third and fourth loop. Let's do some good night gaming. You didn't
Sure.
even you had to once see it.
Yeah, undodgeable. Fucking undodgeable trash. Look at this garbage.
Only undodgeable if you don't believe. You gotta believe in yourself. And have a good family or something.
Very cool.
Rolling Gun is about family.
You say cool, I say feature rich.
god, what am I doing? Even if I made it here, I would have fucking scuffed the final boss so hard. Holy shit.
See, with
Bad
that
condition.
negative...
Bad condition.
Guys, this is a warning. If you have negative attitude and negative feelings, and then you end up drinking soy, this is what happens. Don't be a victim. Have a better attitude. Be glad, not mad. Otherwise, you'll fail the run. Let Rezardi here be an example to how we can build a better society for Shmuppers. How we can have a 5cc society. People can just smile. Just smile.
Thank you for the encouraging words. Yeah, let this be a lesson, everybody. Keep that positive mental attitude, everyone.
PMA. And I'm sure with the lower rank, Rezardi's having more fun. You see, now that rank's lower, he can kind of just chill. He can laugh at the auto bombs because it's like, oh yeah, I should have dodged this.
Yeah, there's another one.
Speaking of auto bombs,
Yeah, we're turning. I told you.
This doesn't look chill at all.
This is gonna be a 5cc guide. Oh god, yeah. There we go. 5cc guide.
but guys, if you want a 5cc,
yeah, if you guys would like to find out how to 5cc rolling gunner, look no further. What's the tally? What's the tally, Malone?
For auto bombs, I think we're at like nearly $700.
There you go, another $25.
Damn,
This all comes out of his pocket, by the way.
Yeah, we'll say $700. Oh, that should have been a donation too. Yeah, but here we go. 700. Well, we get to 725 to help raise money for the cause for PCB. Time. Oh, let's see. What was time? Time for me to eat. That's right. Eat the food that we were supposed to donate. Whoops.
Oh, come on, Malone. Alright, that's it. GG.
Well, guys, that was a score speed run for 5cc.
That was a 1cc, 1 credit feed clear.
Yes, 1 credit feed, 1 CF.
It was a pretty high score as well, 16 minutes, pretty good.
Thank you.
But as for time, about 55 minutes. Approximately 55 minutes.
Alright, whatever. I'm closing the game. You don't need to see the ending. Find
But
out on
value.
your own. You gotta play the game to find out what happens.
Yeah, okay, so tell me if I too can 5cc, I get the same ending?
Yes, of course.
What about playing novice
there
mode?
2 controllers on screen? Whatever.
Oh, he's cheating. He has 2 controllers.
Oh,
One's the
exposed.
Yeah, one's the hitbox. Whatever. GG. I'm done. We're out of here.
GG's, everybody. Remember, gaming.
Bring the next poor victim in, Mark. Bring in EC. Good luck to my good man Emperoring 360 and his Giga Wing 2 run.
He spent thousands of hours schizo grinding, and I hope it finally pays off.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, how's it going? I'm Marus, aka Paul Rog, aka Paul, and I'm joined by Emperor Aang, aka EC. When we playing Giga Wing 2. We actually playing right now, or is this just like a setup? Oh, okay, yeah, alright, so we're getting right into it. So stage 1 here, EC is going to be playing the character Romy, who I asked him a little bit about this earlier. Oh shoot, sorry, getting a little bit of an echo here. Yeah, sorry, hang on just a second, folks. Yeah. Okay, cool, thank you. Alright, for all, sorry, one more moment. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so stage 1. Yes, like I said, EC's playing Romy. So all the characters in this game, they don't really quote-unquote play all that differently. They all have different shot types, but since you don't really shoot a whole lot in this game, it's mostly all about using the reflect force. It doesn't really change your playstyle all that much. Where the difference in routing comes in is that all of the characters have a different stage order for the first 3 stages. And so Romy here starts out with this factory stage, which I personally feel like is the hardest stage to build up your multiplier in, which, and unfortunately, like, the scoring of this game really revolves around trying to jack up your, or max out your multiplier as fast as possible. That's going to be that number in the top left there, so metal times 30 million. And so really for these first few stages, that's kind of the main number to look at, actually. You can sort of ignore the score, to be honest. But your goal is to max out that multiplier as fast as possible, ideally before stage 4, which is when all of the high value enemies come in. And then you can cash in all those enemies by multiplying them by your multiplier value. And as far as the main scoring mechanic in this game, it all comes down to these Vulcanins here. So, we watched Third Strike play Giga Wing Generations yesterday, really tear that game up. Giga Wing 2, really all of other Takumi's games, all revolve around reflecting bullets and collecting medals. What's unique about this game is that whenever you have more than 110 medals on the screen, it activates this Vulcanin, where all of the medals will explode into even more medals. And that's really what makes this game so unique, and in my opinion, my favorite of Takumi's games. And so EC here ending this stage with a over 200,000 multiplier, which is pretty good for the first stage. Like I said, Romy has kind of a harder time with that first factory stage. However, she does make up for it 2 ways. First, for the second stage, the sky stage is very lucrative in terms of multiplier if he plays it out right. The other, the one saving grace of Romy, so she has the weaker stage order. However, she does have one of the faster ship speeds in the game, which is really useful both for being able to reflect more bullets and also being able to do more, collecting more of the medals whenever they appear on the screen. So she's able to make it up for it a little bit in the later stages. Yeah, and so as far as this stage 2 goes, there's a lot of Vulcanins here. You can do a couple double Vulcanins as well, but it is pretty tricky. So for example, at the very beginning of the stage, something you can do is if you... it's a little bit tricky to explain, but so if you activate a Vulcanin at the very beginning of your reflect force, and then you'll activate the first Vulcanin, and then at the very end of your reflect, if you reflect kind of like a large burst of bullets at the very end and time it correctly to hit an enemy, they'll you can basically activate a second Vulcanin just as the end of your first Vulcanin is over. And so obviously that lets you collect more medals, which is really important for jacking your multiplier up. So actually, I usually play Cherry, who has this stage first, and I usually just end up restarting this stage over and over for like 20 minutes before I get a full run, just because getting that first double Vulcanin is pretty tricky, but pretty important for that character in order to kind of get your run started. Anyways, we'll notice that Emperor Aang just passed the 1 quadrillion mark for score. Interesting fact about this game, do you know Lake Michigan is actually filled with 1 quadrillion gallons of water. So, shout outs to anybody watching from Lake Michigan. Emperor Aang just took all of your water. But, maybe next year you can come down here to Boise and join us at Shmup Slam. We'll be happy to share some of our water with you as well. But yeah, so going into the stage 2 boss here, Emperor and you're doing pretty good with the Vulcanins. Actually, one other thing I should explain with the scoring mechanic too is that in each stage, your medals have a medal value that increases as you continue to collect medals throughout the entire stage. So more medals that you collect, the faster your multiplier will go up, and it's very exponential. So at the beginning of the stage, your multiplier goes up somewhat slowly, but if you play the whole stage correctly, usually by the time you get to the boss, and particularly this boss, just because there's so many really lucrative Vulcan opportunities, you'll start to see his medal value or multiplier now is going up super quickly. So let's see, he came into this stage with what, about like a little over 200k. If he pulls this off correctly, he should be able to finish this boss with close to 700 million. One thing that's kind of tricky though about having this boss as your stage 2 as opposed to your stage 1 is that you're sort of forced to weave in through some of these bullets. But yeah, EC playing it through very well. Didn't quite hit the 700k, but still 629 million for a stage 2 multiplier, especially in a marathon run, is really good. And we're going to be going into the train stage next, which of the first 3 stages is my personal favorite. I really like the setting for it. I really like the music for this stage. It's kind of upbeat, and it's got like a pretty cool like I guess steampunk aesthetic. And so these guys right here, this is going to be your first walking in for this level. Yeah, right there. And so this stage, it's not quite as lucrative in terms of racking up your multiplier compared to the previous stage just did, but especially once you get up to the train part, there's some really good opportunities there. He might be able to max out the multiplier by the end of this stage. It's going to be a bit tight though, especially just because like some of the later Vulcan and sort of do them 100% optimally is pretty tricky. So a lot in terms of the I guess like super higher tier scoring, the really tricky part is not just activating the Vulcanins, but also really being sure to actually collect as many of the medals as possible. Just because, as you can tell, when the medals explode, they all kind of go out in sort of a random banding pattern, and you can't really collect all of them. But ideally, what you want to do is sort of move up into each medal just as it's exploding, and ideally grab as many of them as possible before they sort of spread out too far. So basically, before like the radius of the medal explosion has gotten too big. And yeah, so here we are at the train, and so that reflect force you just did right there is really important because yeah, so that reflector it kind of like combos into this. Oh, he didn't quite get the Vulcan though, unfortunately, but the idea is he sort of did that first reflect force to set up the timing for that next one, and basically so always here he's just holding down the reflect force button, and so it's not really an official term for it, but I call it like a reflect combo, just because you start the first reflect force and you're just holding down the button for like the rest of that whole chain. And so because of that, getting the timing down for the first one is really important, just so that'll kind of help you collect like all of the future Vulcans within that combo. One other thing to kind of keep in mind too for this game, so you notice 2 lives, 5 bombs. You don't get any extends at all in this game. So you know, the game does give you a lot of like tools for survival. Like obviously being able to reflect bullets is a very strong tool. However, you do have to be very careful about obviously learning all the patterns, learning exactly when to time your reflect forces, just because like these patterns are obviously aren't meant to be like humanly dodgeable. And so because of that, you really need to be, so you need to have a really good idea of when to time all of your reflect forces, and then during sort of like the recharge time of your reflect force, like how to kind of move yourself in between like X and Y position. And it's like one kind of like, I guess like really elegant system that I like about this game though, is just that transitioning from playing for survival to playing for score, I think is really cool. Just because, so when you're playing for survival, still pretty similarly, you're kind of learning where all of the really dangerous parts of the game are. You time your reflect forces for those, and then and then you kind of have to like learn how to survive during like the 5 seconds or so that your reflect force is charging, and then kind of gear up to do your next reflect force. So that's kind of, I guess I would say, the main skill of this game. And then when you transition from that to playing for score, it's really a lot of that same skill set. It's just you got to be a lot more precise about the timing and the positioning, so you're able to like really maximize how many bullets you're reflecting, and also the direction that you're shooting the bullets, just so you can collect all those medals. And actually, okay, let's see if he gets this one. This one's pretty tricky. Okay, yeah, he got it. Yeah, so that one kind of like, again, like a little mini combo, but you set up a Reflect Force to get up there at the top of that screen, and you kind of wait for that little bird enemy thing to come in to the left. The bullets are aimed at you, but just because of like the way these little like islands sort of float around, they don't have like really huge hurt boxes. So like actually aiming the bullets that reflect back into them properly is really tricky in order to like actually generate those metals. Like this Vulcan in here too, same thing. He kept that island alive in the center there, and like that's very important in order to actually like have something to direct the bullets at to generate a Vulcan in. And then, okay, yeah, so he played the first half of this stage very well. I would say it's kind of like the trickier part of this stage. The rest here, I wouldn't say, don't completely relax yet, obviously, but it's a little bit of a breather. And this hero, I would say, is actually my favorite mid-boss in this game, just because it makes, like, absolutely no sense. Like, it's got, like, 20, like, rocket boosters on it, and it's got, like, a propeller, which doesn't really make sense if you know anything about, like, why you have propellers on a plane, because it's there to regulate the RPM of a single engine. But then the propeller itself too also has like rocket boosters on it, which like, yeah, just like makes no sense. Okay, unfortunately EC just lost his first life there. And so like I mentioned, yeah, you don't get any extents, and it's actually super unfortunate too, because for the next stage, in order to score in it properly, you actually have to spend a lot of bombs in order to basically destroy all of the parts of the boss, and they're very lucrative in terms of score. So we did talk about this a little bit before the run. Like we'll see if he has any kind of like backup or safety strats to handle that part properly. But yeah, so yeah, beside that, going into the stage 4 boss with 1 life, 2 bombs. Now this boss actually is pretty tricky too, just because actually, so normally for the very first part of this boss, you would spend a bomb in order to get a lot of tick damage on the boss, but also destroy all of these like boss parts that can like shoot a lot of bullets in weird ways. Okay, so he's opting to save his bomb for the later stage. Oh shoot, okay, that's another really unfortunate death. So, still a chance to clear this game, but he is pretty low in resources now. Like, he's forced to, for example, dodge these tidal lasers that you normally might not have to. Okay, so another thing you have to kind of keep in mind, too, since he wasn't able to use that bomb earlier, is the damage. Oh, shoot, unfortunate. It wasn't. Okay, so we're going to do... Do you have time for a restart? I see. We're super late. Just go for it. All right, yeah, let's go for it. All right, we're going to do a second run. So, yeah. Yeah, starting over from stage 1. But yeah, so as you can see right there, like what I was talking about earlier, really learning the timings for all of your reflect forces, and basically that really affects like all of your routing. Not just because the timing of reflect force is really important to use it in spots that are like let you be safe, like for the parts you have to dodge, but also just because of the damage that gets generated from the reflect force, like especially during the bosses, is really important, just because like that stage 4 boss in particular, you don't want to drag it out for too long, because the later patterns get really rough, and there's just not a whole lot of time to reflect force safely and dodge some of those patterns. Yeah, so here in stage 1, let's see. So yeah, really cool bullet ceiling there actually to delay when that enemy shoots its bullets, so you can get this reflect force, and we should get another reflect combo here. Now, EC does opt to save his bombs for this part, but actually I'm not sure if it's possible to do it for like the stage 1 version of this level, but there is like one kind of trick you can do where, so you trigger that reflect force, but if you use a bomb near the end of it, all of those crates that were like on the right side of there will drop medals as well. So basically you can do that Vulcan is actually pretty tricky to do too. But yeah, so basically you do your first Vulcan, and then you can actually use a bomb like near the end of your reflect force to basically explode all those crates, and they'll drop a bunch of bullets, and if you time it properly, those medals will be enough to trigger a double Vulcan in there. Yeah, actually I'm not 100% sure it's possible to do it on the stage 1 version though. And also, again, like for the stage 5 routes, it's very important to have those resources. But yeah, okay, so actually here is a really good example of a double Vulcan in, like what I talked about earlier. So he sets up that Vulcan in sort of during that first part of the aimed attack. Because there's like so many bullets being shot so rapidly, he's able to activate the first Vulcan in super quickly. And then basically use kind of that burst at the end of the reflect force to trigger the second part of the double Vulcan in. One other thing you kind of have to watch out about for this boss too is like those missiles. So you want to shoot those missiles kind of to the side of the boss. You're not actually damaging the bot with your shot, and you're able to hit it with more effective bullets. But Rome in particular too, because her shot is so like forward of her ship and so thin, it's actually like really easy for to just kind of like run into those missiles because they can hit you from the side. So you got to be kind of careful about moving up into the missiles while also like sort of dodging the ones that come from the other side. Actually, I guess one other kind of interesting tidbit about this game too. So EC is playing the Japanese Dreamcast version of this game, and then so obviously this is the US version as well. In terms of the gameplay, there's not really any like notable gameplay differences. The main one is just that Japanese one has voice acting, which I think adds a lot of character, not just like in the game itself, but also in the cutscenes. It's kind of helps it pop out a little bit. Anecdotally, okay, so I don't have any like scientific evidence to back this up, but I kind of feel like Cart players, like this character Cart, they tend to prefer the US version, or at least prefer having voices off. I think the reason for that is just because like the voice actor for that guy goes like 120% in, like he is like yelling every single one of his lines, right? I guess like sort of the analogy I can make there would be, if you think about Street Fighter, right? For you, anytime Ryu does a Hadouken, it's just like Hadouken, Hadouken, and it's not really until he does like the super, like the Shinku or the Metsudoken, where like really yells it out, like that's Hadouken, right? Because obviously the developers know you're going to be throwing out fireballs over and over, so they want to kind of keep it like a little bit laid back. Yeah, the voice actors for Giga Wing 2 didn't get that memo, so Cart like the entire time it's just like Reflecto Falls like every 5 seconds. It's super obnoxious. So yeah, I just feel like Cart players tend to have the voices off, but other characters it's a little bit of a mix. One other fun fact about this stage 2, there's a blimp coming up after here. It's a blimp. Actually, I guess it's not really that much of a fun fact. I guess one cool thing you can do with this blimp, though, in the stage 3 version of this level, though, you can't actually get a Vulcan in there. I'm actually not 100% sure if it's possible to do it on the stage 2 version of this level, though. Anyways, coming into this boss with almost 360 million multiplier, I think setting up again for a pretty solid stage 2. So yeah, it's going to plant himself down into this bottom right corner. And actually, make it a chance to sort of show what I was talking about earlier. So yeah, a lot of really lucrative meddling to be had here, but I think it's like right after this part where you're actually forced to dodge a little bit. And like, oh shoot, unfortunately you missed that Vulcan in. It's going to be unfortunate. But yeah, I think it's through like this weave here. Yeah, that always makes you a little bit nervous. Like, there's not too many parts of this game where like you're actually like quote unquote supposed to like micro dodge through bullets. So I don't know, it's like anytime I see it, it always kind of freaks me out. It does tend to come up a lot more in the later stages. The other thing that like always kind of trips you up too, anytime I play this boss. So I usually play Cherry, who has this level at the beginning, and the order that you fight each boss will affect some of its bullet patterns. So in the level 1 version of this boss, you don't get that laser, but you do get in like the stage 2 and the stage 3 versions. Like the one time I like tried out like Romy just for like the hell of it, yeah, that laser like shot me and I was like, what the hell, was a laser there? Like, ugh. And yeah, that ended my run. But yeah, so yeah, unfortunately, like the stage order for your bosses can kind of mess up your meddling there too, just because when you're shooting that laser, you can't reflect the laser, so it kind of gives you less opportunity to meddle there. But just because it shoots so many war bullets and all of its other patterns, that kind of makes up for it in terms of like jacking at your multiplier. Yeah, and so this guy, you generally wait for like 7 reps, yeah, of it shooting. You can get generated, yeah, Vulcan in there. Actually, one other thing too, in terms of talking about versions of this game. So, yeah, this game generally played on Dreamcast. Like very few people have the actual like natively arcade board, but so unfortunately, those make it a little bit more inaccessible compared to say like Giga Wing 1, where like the emulation for it is pretty good and it's got a couple different ports. But yeah, so because of that, yeah, EC is actually opting to play it on, I think. I can't remember if he's playing on Debol or I want to say it's Debol, not Flycast, but yeah, basically playing on emulation. And so in terms of the actual like bullet patterns and everything like that, it's pretty accurate. Like, the one thing is just that it's missing like a lot of slowdown, which actually makes the game like quite a bit harder in terms of properly timing like your reflect forces and really like maxing out those metal collecting. So yeah, honestly, like really impresses me because like EC's been putting a lot of work into this game lately, and like doing it with a. Oof. Yeah, that back on always kind of freaks me out just because like if you time that first run wrong, you just end up getting cornered by those other bullets. But yeah, so I mean, playing with like a more difficult character and also on a more difficult version with less slowdown, and still doing like really, really well, which is like absolutely crazy. Okay, yeah, and so going into the stage 3 boss, 703,000 multiplier. I don't think we'll quite be able to max that out, but should be able to get pretty high, maybe close to 900 million. One other thing with the routing for this boss here is that so you can kind of see like in the center, there's like that little sort of like dome thing of the walker that kind of opens and closes. If you destroy this boss while the dome is closed, you actually get bonus points. And so yeah, there's a bomb that he'll use after a couple more phases of doing reflect forces. And the whole point of that is that you use the bomb to do extra damage at the correct time to basically destroy the boss while it has that dome closed right there. Yeah, just like that. And then yeah, it does this kind of like little final phase. Unfortunately, boss never actually shoots that many bullets during that phase. So yeah, not really any opportunity to score. It's just kind of kill as fast as possible to yeah, get your like there's a time bonus for the bosses. The time bonus usually doesn't come into play too much just because especially for the first 3 stages you want to milk them as much as possible in order to yeah, just like get that multiplier up. You don't really worry about it too much until like honestly like never really, to be honest. Like meddling is just like worth so much more than worrying about that multiplier. I didn't mention it last time we saw this stage too, but this reflect force right here is like really tricky just because yeah, surviving this part is like yeah, always so difficult. Like he's gotten like really consistent at it, but yeah, like, your hitbox for this game is not that small, and Romy in particular too. Compared to like all the other characters in the game, she kind of has a weirdly placed hitbox. It's actually a little bit higher than most other characters, which it's just a little bit awkward, and it actually makes some like specific safe spots a lot harder to do too compared to other characters. So we can talk about that a bit more later as we get up to it. I guess the change the topic of conversation a little bit. Yeah, so Emperor Ing's score is sitting a pretty comfortable like 8.8 quadrillion. And so we're here in Boise right now for Shmup Slam 6. It has been raining quite a bit this past few days. I would say like a good 24 hours or so, and according to rainwiki.org, I did a little bit of math there, and I think we ended up getting a good 7.36 quadrillion raindrops of rain while we were here. So they say about Touhou players, Touhou players can walk outside and just dodge rain, right? But EC here, he just reflects all of the rain. So take that, Touhou. Yeah. Anyways, back here on my favorite mid boss, like I just want to see a space shuttle. Like NASA, can you make a space shuttle like this, please? Like, just put rockets on propellers. Like, now like one kind of tricky thing. So he does like that last reflect force there. You are forced to dodge this pattern. It's like just a tiny bit, and it's pretty easy to yeah, like run into something at the end there. Yeah, so unfortunately we are kind of in a similar situation as last time coming into the stage 4 boss 1 life down. But I believe in EC. I think he can clutch this out. Like EC, I don't know if you're listening to me, but if I were you, just use that bomb you normally use on the stage 4. Just like keep your route the same, and then I think stage 5, don't worry too much about scoring and getting those pods. Just go for the clear here. Okay, yeah, so we have all of these destructible parts here. Okay, he is opting to just destroy them. So, okay, let's see if he's able to weave through these bullets. Oh, yeah, see, that part is so tricky. So normally you would use the safety bomb there. Well, it's half a safety bomb, but also because your multiplier is so high, your multiplier affects like pretty much everything in this game as far as scoring. So destroying enemies, picking up medals, and also just the tick points from you like shooting and hitting enemies with your bomb. And because this boss in particular just has so many destructible parts with like the guns and the turrets and everything, like you're just racking up so many hit points or tick points. So A, it's safer, and B, it does kind of help your score. Downside obviously being that you spend a bomb there, which kind of affects your routing through the whole rest of the game. Okay, so now we're coming up on the stage 5 boss, and from this point out in the entire game, it's just going to be a total boss rush. I'm not sure if that was actually like an intentional design decision, or if the devs just kind of like ran out of money and couldn't do the stages, so they just included the bosses. But I do think this boss is actually pretty cool, and there's a lot going on here. So you can see like we got this building here. The building has a whole lot of different towers that'll like block all of your bullets, and you also have these 2 flying pods moving around. So those pods are actually, funny enough, the second most valuable weapon or enemies in the entire game. If you have max multiplier, they end up being worth 5 quadrillion points each. And the only boss that enemy that ends up being worth more is actually the final boss, which I want to say nets you like 6 quadrillion. So it's kind of funny. So like the actual like main boss part is just like that little tower. But those side pods kind of end up being worth a whole lot more. In order to destroy them properly, though, it's a very specific route, and it's a very bomb intensive route. I think with Romy, Emperor EC tells me that he has done it with 3 bombs, but usually like for safety you want to use 4. But obviously like going into like that stage, like that's why dying is like it makes the rest of the run such a struggle, because you lose all of those bombs and you need them for that stage in order to get all of those points. So yeah, unfortunately we weren't able to see that, but 100% agree. Just to kill the boss and move on to this next stage, especially because like this boss in particular, well actually these next 2 bosses really there's parts that are just like really tricky to deal with, and like, I think having that one more safety bomb is going to be necessary to kind of like help see out this run. Now this stage 6 boss, it has a lot of stuff that's going on under the hood here. So it kind of cycles between like those 2 patterns that we saw, one with the aimed attack and the other one that kind of like just like that sort of spread out static attack. And so normally it'll cycle between them, so like one after the other. However, once you damage like one of these like destructible parts on the boss, that'll trigger like that attack where like the kind of center part opens up, and then it like shoots like this sort of like really like static, or not static, a random like fanning pattern. So you got to be really careful basically about the timing of destroying each of those destructible parts. So yeah, so just like that exactly, you have a reflect force primed up to actually like help you dodge this pattern, and then you end up going to the side there where you have more room to dodge there. And then after, usually once you get to about the 65-ish second mark, it'll just kind of go into that final phase, and you're able to basically finish that first phase. And then so the second phase here, kind of the same thing. Anytime you destroy like a layer of the boss, it'll cycle to its next kind of like mini phase of this last part of the boss. And so there ends up being 6 phases here. And the timing for destroying the phases is super important, just because some of these patterns are completely, oh shoot, got a little mess up with the top dodging there. I think it's just go continue and close the run out. But basically, so the timing for doing your reflect forces here is really important. Just because you want to have a reflect force primed up for whenever the like undodgeable patterns come out. It's like that one, for example. You need to have a reflect force, or you're not going to be able to get through that. So, oh shit, yeah, and actually, unfortunately, didn't do enough damage to close that phase. So it's worth the bomb there. But yeah, so anyways, I think kind of like what is like this whole game really is about using your reflect force in the proper positions, and sort of like understanding opportunity moments to use it, and how to survive the parts where you don't have it. And that boss in particular like really tests your skill of that, because you're not just learning how to time your reflect force, but also how to regulate the damage that the reflect force is doing against the boss in order to kind of like progress from each stage to stage. It's a really complex boss, I think. I had to spend a lot of time just like practicing and kind of understanding how all the phases interact with each other in order to make a good route for that. But yeah, so now we're coming up on the stage 7 boss, the final boss of the game. And this one, I mentioned earlier, there's not usually a whole lot of parts where you have to dodge. I think this one boss is the exception for that. There's just a lot of parts of this boss where even after using reflect force, you're kind of forced to like weave through these layers of this bullet pattern here. And so this boss isn't so much about reflecting during the parts that are like you've had like save time to dodge. It's more just like finding the like least dangerous opportunities to use your effect force and just doing your best to weave through those patterns. Yeah, Emperor Eng pulled off really well, but it is not easy because just like I said before, your hitbox in this game is not that small, and sometimes those spreads can be pretty random. You just get really unopportune like bullet spreads there. Thankfully, the second phase isn't too bad for most characters, unfortunately. Romy, however, I kind of mentioned, I find this character really difficult, and it's because there's going to be a safe spot coming up in the third phase here. And normally, those characters, they'll be able to just kind of sit in the bottom right corner and just kind of plant yourself there. So there's not a whole lot of, I guess, like setup or planning involved. Romy, unfortunately, because her hitbox is so different from all the other characters, you actually have to, so right here. Just tap, so you got to tap left just a tiny bit, or up for that first phase in order to do that hitbox or that safe spot properly, and it's a very precise tap. So, I think EC just trying to show if he can pull it off there. Usually, I see that if he's on like a really good run and he has a bomb, just spend the bomb to make sure you clear it out. But anyways, really good run by Emperor Eng, cleared the game. Unfortunately, they didn't quite get the run CC, but you were able to see like most of the routes in the meddling, and also like all the Vulcan and setups. So overall, like really good job to EC. Everyone, give it up. And then there is one more small part of the game. So kind of similar to Death Smiles. After you get the clear, you have like one more decision to make. Is okay, so basically to explain the lore of this game, it's kind of like based a little bit off of like Hebrew like mysticism and lore, and so basically you find like the Ark of the Covenant, and then you open it and it does like evil stuff, kind of like Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark, very accurate historical document of that. So anyways, basically at the end of the game you have the opportunity to say like, hey, do I want to like risk saving my comrade in order to like rescue her, possibly at the risk of ending the world and possibly losing my score, or am I willing to sacrifice my friend to be sure that I can keep my score, but my friend is dead. So pretty hard decision to make there, but EC ends up making the honorable choice and saving his friend, and I think that's a really good decision. Yeah. It's basically the save the animals or kill the animals. But that's Giga Wing too. Like I said, really fun game. I like it a lot. Again, if you want to check it out, it's on Dreamcast. So pick up the Dreamcast version, or you can emulate it in the Bull. Plays really good there. Feel free to check out you got like a strategy high score thread going on in the Shmups forums. And you can also feel free to reach out to EC or me too. But EC's been putting like a ton of work, both like playing the game and also promoting the game. So that's been really cool to see. I think so EC's wasn't invoiced for the run, but he did say he would hop in after he finished the run. Oh, are you in right now? Okay, so should be hearing from him in a moment.
Hello, am I in?
Yes, you are. Okay, I'm pass you off to Marus. 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you are. Okay, I'm pass you off to Marus. 1 second.
Okay, am I back?
Oh,
hey, what's up?
Hey, Marus, is that you?
Am I back? Yep, that's me.
Oh, you're speaking.
Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, wait, hold on. I think we're getting some echo again. Yep, that's me.
Is that better now?
Oh, hold on. It's on our end. Oh, wait, hold on. I think we're getting some echo again. Okay, I think we're good, maybe? Oh, hold on. It's on our end.
So far, so good?
Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
I just wanted to briefly say hello to everyone in the chat. I'm sorry I wasn't able to pull off the vaunted 1cc, but I did get the next best thing, which is the 1cc, the one continue clear.
Yeah.
It's funny because I died at the same part twice, and that's part I never die to ever.
Yeah.
Practicing all day yesterday, some today, and of course I mess up at the part I never think to worry about. But it's okay.
Yeah, it's always the part that you least suspect that gets you, I feel like. No, I think it was a really good run though. Like, you showed off like all the routing, and you got like most of the Vulcan in, which I think is the really cool part of the game.
Yeah, and I love playing this game. I think it's just lots of fun. I love the world, the aesthetic. I don't know if you talked about like the music and the graphics. I just think it's a very unique game. Lots of fun to play as, different characters. Yeah, I wish I could have won CC'd, but like this game took me many years to 1cc because I was stubborn and not using save states or like practice tools. So once I finally did that, the 1cc came much more quickly. But scoring is where it's at. Like the scoring in this game is so fun.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I remember like when you first started playing to do, you were kind of like progressing at like, I don't know, I guess I feel like a quote unquote typical like casual way. But then like, you got the 1cc and like right after that, your score started to go up like super fast. Like,
I like caught the bug and scoring a shoot 'em up. Once you find like a shoot 'em up that you like really love to play, like its mechanics just really speak to you, you just kind of like keep on like pushing yourself, and that's kind of what this game was for me and a few others. But like this game is probably easily like in my top 3 favorite shoot 'em ups. Just has everything I like in a game. Different characters, nice graphics and music. Lots of interesting boss fights. I love that final boss. It's so hard in that first phase, but like it's so majestic. That final boss.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, that boss was really cool too. I don't know if you were like hearing me during chat, but yeah, it's like the one like few parts of the game where like even if you use like really proper like reflect force routing, you're still forced to do like some dodging. So if you score like optimally during the earlier parts of the game, you just don't have many resources going to it. So it's like even if you have like a super good run, it's just like so tense. But it's a really good finale to the game, I think.
Yeah, and it's funny. I made it. Of course, during that, when I get to the final boss, I was having the most fear for all those dodgings, but like I do it just fine. But it's the fucking Zako swarm that does me in at the end. But that's playing Shmups live. I purposefully set myself a very high challenge, and even though I don't, even if I don't reach that ideal, I die with no regrets. So that should be your shoot 'em up mantra.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. That's just like how marathons go sometimes. But no, again, I thought it was a really good run. I thought it was really entertaining too.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I hope the people in the chat, the people watching, for the folks watching at home, I hope they enjoyed it as well. I'm sure you talked about how much you love this game. I love this game a whole lot. There's been a lot of people that have been getting survival 1cc's of this game in the past year, which I'm really happy to see. So now, the next step is to go for the Giga score. That's what the game's arcade poster tells you to do, and who am I to argue?
Same. Yeah, no, I'm really excited to get back into this game at some point too. Like I've been kind of grinding out Touhou lately, but I want to take my number 1 spot back on the Shmup board, so so I'll be chasing for you, man.
Yeah. Please beat me. Give me more motivation to grind this game 3 hours a day.
Yeah, for sure. I guess one other thing too. Anyone else who wants to learn about the game, so in the Shmup sports, there's the in the strategy threads, the highest scoring video index, and lately there's been some like really good videos added, from you also, and then also a Japanese player SPE has been grinding like some like really crazy like top tier scores.
He's very close to the world record of the game. I think he's stopped for now playing Death Smiles recently, but SPE, the videos again are on Restart Syndrome. They're on the shoot 'em ups system, shmups.system11.org, the high score table for Giga Wing 2, as well as the Shmups video index. A lot of these great runs are there, and I've learned a lot from them. So yeah, this game is great. Please play it. Don't let this pretty face get upset.
Yeah.
You know, don't make Romy cry. Go play this game today.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't get too much into the lore, but yeah, there's some cool stuff going on there.
If I have 1 second, I'm just gonna say one thing about the lore that I thought was funny. I was browsing the ancient Capcom dead web archive site for this game, and they explained the lore of this game. It's actually ripped straight from today's headlines. The game is a civil war that takes place in the fictional Republic of Slovenia, which is on the Black and Caspian Sea. And it's breaking away from the United Soviet Socialist Republics with a proxy war from the USE, the United States of America, while both sides are secretly fighting for the lost technology in the Ark inside Slovenia. So it's actually ripped straight from today's headlines.
Okay, wow, actually I didn't know that. Yeah. That's good.
This is what happens when you're desperate for score information. You go really down the deep dive.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much, Marus. Thank you for commentating. I can't wait to rewatch the run and scream in agony when I see my death over and over again.
Yeah, totally. No, yeah, again, thanks for joining Shmup Slam and playing. It's been good. But yeah, looks like Mark's here ready to set up the next round. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to him.
Great. All right, everyone, keep on watching and have fun.
That was really great. Okay, we're switching over to Gradius Gaiden co-op. Stay tuned for that.
Okay, empty. Yeah, it looks good, Mark.
Alright, I'm gonna deafen. I'll wait for the ping.
Good evening, everyone. This is Docviper, Shmup Slam 6, and I am joined by two very skilled players, Ghouls and Golem, who are going to be performing a double play of Gradius Gaiden, the PlayStation 1 classic. Now, many people here, all of the runs that we've seen in the marathon so far have been single-player runs, and there is quite a bit of difference between playing a shmup in single player and playing a shmup in two players. You might think it would be easier because you have two ships. That's twice the firepower, and you can get better screen coverage and just destroy everything that comes in your path. The answer is kind of, but not really. You can imagine that a lot of times most of the enemies, they fire bullets directly at you, and so you can control which areas of the screen are safe, which areas of the screen are dangerous. Well, now try doing that with this like second entity on screen that's acting as more or less this unreactable, uncontrollable agent of chaos. And all of a sudden, things can get quite dicey very quickly. Now, with that said, this is not Ghouls and Golem's first rodeo. They have been playing this game for many years, and they also have a lot of experience doing co-op runs with each other. Last year, they performed a successful co-op run of Darius, and so I am hopeful that they're going to be able to put on quite the show, and this game is quite the show. It's well worth seeing. Stage 1 itself, as per Gradius tradition, is usually not very dangerous. Really, the idea is simply to power up, essentially, and so that's what's going to be going on. To talk about the game itself quick, Gradius Gaiden, I mentioned before, it's on the PlayStation 1, and really what it entails is that it's console Gradius. And really what that means is that it was designed to be a fair bit easier than its arcade counterparts. So many of the stages themselves are going to be a little less fierce than we might be used to seeing in some of the other games. But also, oh god, I love this, the double option trap. Gosh. We won't see too much of that in this game, unfortunately, because many of the stages lend themselves more towards dogfights. But another reason, difference between this and the arcade games is that not only are the stages a little bit kinder, but also the ships are generally more powerful than in other Gradius games. And it's probably worth talking about the ships. Because Gradius Gaiden gives the player quite a bit more options for how to play the game. There are 4 playable ships to choose from, both the classic Vic Viper and Lord British ships, but also 2 new ships, the Jade Knight and the Falchion Beta. Right now, we have Golem playing the Vic Viper, the classic ship that we all know and love, and Ghouls is playing the Falchion Beta. And so the ship loadouts, the Vic Viper is sporting the classic missile that travels along the ground, the double that shoots forward and diagonal, and the laser beam set up. And he also has a shield equipped, which is the classic double circle barrier from the first game. The Falchion Beta operates a little bit differently. Its double is an auto-aiming double, and so it fires a very short-range second shot. Ghouls, I believe, has it equipped right now. And the idea is it's a short-range shot, but it will home in on anything above it, and then he also sports a gravity bomb, which shoots a very low fire rate but high damage burst bullet. So this is stage 2. The stage itself is a wonderful homage to previous Gradius games. It's the ship graveyard stage with junked out husks of bosses from previous games. Just a fantastic set piece. But this is also the first of many stages that has vertical scrolling. And if you've ever had the pleasure of playing a cave game in co-op, you know that vertical scrolling presents a huge problem to the co-op experience. The main issue is that this is a horizontal shmup, and so of course the screen, it's meant to scroll to the right. But the vertical scrolling, it's a free scroll, and normally the way it works is that it tracks the position of the player and just makes sure that the screen keeps you roughly centered. And perhaps the problem with doing this in a two-player context should be immediately apparent. Which player does the screen follow? The answer is yes, both. And so they have to be very, very careful to coordinate where they go and the route that they take through the stage, because otherwise a classic situation is that you have one player, bullets being fired at them, and they make the dodge, and then this other the other guy is flailing around like a rampaging buffalo, moves the screen, moves the bullet, and then all of a sudden, boom, you just got hit. GG, get good. Luckily, we don't have to see too much of that in stage 2. It's a fairly constricted stage, and they handled the free scroll by going up to the top of the stage where there is a ceiling and just staying there. The stage actually does have a route split midway through. There are actually 2 bosses at the end of the stage. They went the top route simply because they think the boss is a little easier. And it mostly just walks back and forth, jumps, you get junk from the ceiling, which is easily taken out by the option fire. Another thing to note is that another reason why the ships are so much more powerful in this game compared to others is that there are actually 2 power levels to each of the weapons. So there is a double level 1 and a double level 2. There's a laser level 1 and a laser level 2. And so those familiar with the series will notice the Vic Viper's double, it's actually a combination of double and tail gun at double level 2. And so it just has remarkable screen coverage. And because of that, the 2 ships, the Vic Viper and the Falchion Beta, their loadouts actually complement each other quite a bit, because the Vic Viper has a lot of screen coverage and can handle the stages really well, whereas the Falchion Beta has a lot of raw power at close range. So we're now getting into the Crystal stage. This is quite a bit less obnoxious than the Crystal stages of yore. But you'll notice that Golem has swapped over to the laser from double, and the reason for that is because there's a very cool effect in this stage that we're going to see coming up, where the laser actually reflects through the crystals, and he can use that in order to get at the fire in very off-kilter directions in order to snipe enemies behind cover that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do so. Another thing that we'll notice is that both characters, they have shield power-ups active. The Vic Viper shield is the classic shield from the first game. The Falchion Beta, Ghouls has chosen to equip the guard barrier. And what's special about the guard barrier is that while it is active, it makes you completely immune to collision damage. So you can imagine that for a stage like this, it's incredibly useful. He thinks that it's the best shield in the game. And honestly, if they were a little more confident, both players might be using it. The reason why they don't is honestly because when you have the colored orbs rotating about the player, it can get really hard to tell who is who, especially as the orbs change color every time someone gets hit. So instead, they're just opting for the classic loadout. They should be coming to the boss at the end of Stage 3 and relatively quickly. And the thing about this boss is that there is some very precise... they can't choreograph it, but there is an attack coming up where there will be a random bullet spread. And they basically just choose a direction in order to try and dodge below that. It's this, and so they're both going to try and go down. And the reason why, Ghouls just took a death there. That pattern is very difficult because it will lock on to one player at random, and then the horizontal lasers will close in on that player. So if you are not the player that you're locked onto, then you can take a death like that very easily. And really the only way they can try and prevent that is by being at roughly the same part of the screen at a time, and that gives them a chance to make through unscathed. That said, recovery should be fairly easy for two reasons. One, there are a lot more power-up capsules in this game than there are in other Gradius games, and he's already pretty much back at full power. And the other reason is that you can actually edit the order of your power-ups in this game. And so while Golem is playing with the classic power-up layout from the original game, Ghouls has chosen to mix things up a little bit. He's moved Option into his third power-up slot so that he can get those back very quickly. He's also moved Double into his second power-up slot and Missile into the last power-up slots, simply because he views the Missile as the least useful power-up in most cases. We're now knee-deep in the Moai stage. This is a Gradius staple, and it's another free-scrolling stage. So right now, the two players, you'll notice, they are being very, very careful not to move vertically very much, and also we're coming up at this section in the second half of the stage where the Moais, they've evolved and now shoot laser beams from their eyes. This actually presents a really difficult challenge because, as we can see, those lasers keep firing even after the Moais have been killed. And so right now they have to be very careful to when they kill a Moai, because their heads drop in random directions. Sometimes they drop forwards, sometimes they drop backwards, and if one of them kills one of those heads while the other person isn't paying attention, then all of a sudden that's an easy death that they can take. So they probably call it out to the other person whenever they take one of those shots. Now, the rotating Moai heads from Gradius 3, they're a lot kinder here than they are in that game, assuming you have a double power-up active, which they have two. So all should be well now coming into the boss. And there's going to be an interlude that will it's a little tricky, where there will be Moai on the ceiling and on the floor, and this driller robot's going to just plow through them. The Moai heads that drop do have an active hitbox. They have to be very careful not to get in their way while doing this. So they're going to make it through. Very good. And so now the next boss itself, it's going to be a pair of Moai heads on the floor and the ceiling, or left and right. The screen will start rotating clockwise, counterclockwise. And so the way they're going to handle this is each player is going to focus on one of the heads. And They have the attack where they shoot the classic rings, but there's also going to be an attack where they shoot a slightly homing lasering. It's this right here, and they dodge this in a very specific way in order to divert those rings away from the other player so that they can keep each other safe. That's another part of the game in which it's very easy for one of them to cause the other player to take a unavoidable death, essentially, if they're not very careful with their choreography. So it's a little spicy when they're able to do that. Very good. They've got one head down, and there's the other one, nicely handled. Very, very clean. So there's another general difference. Yeah, they're happy about that one. There's another general difference between single player and dual player in this run, and that is that the players share options, which is a big deal because normally you can get this long tail of options that follow after you, and that really lends itself to powerful macro dodging. The stages for many bosses, you can macro dodge out of the way of their bullet fire, and you'll still have an option in front of the core that's able to deal damage while you're safe. They don't have that with two options, so they have to be a little more aggressive, a little more disciplined in how they take care of things. But they have a lot of practice on their belts. Another big difference is that, as we saw earlier in the Stage 3 boss, if one of them dies, the checkpoints have been disabled because this is a two-player run, and they're not going to throw the player who's still alive back to a checkpoint with the player who died. This is a double-edged sword of sorts. A lot of players are very often off-put by the checkpoints in Gradius. Gradius syndrome is kind of an infamous meme of sorts, and while it does exist, there's something to be said that if you take a death in a checkpoint game when checkpoints are disabled and you're in a part of the game where not a lot of power-ups spawn, it can lead to a chain death scenario that's very painful. Now, luckily, in this game, there are lots of power-ups that spawn in all the stages, but there are still a couple of places where this might end up mattering a lot, and so the run can get pretty tense as we go on. Luckily, the early stages are all relatively straightforward. The Organic Fortress stage that we're in right now is actually quite a bit easier than the Moai stage because, well, I mean, the floor and the ceiling move much like in Zezex and such. But the enemies aren't as dangerous as the Moai are, and, I mean, Ghouls is immune to collision damage because he has the guard shield. So, like, yeah, he just doesn't care. I'll mention there are actually 4 shield power-up options. So we're seeing the classic shield and the guard barrier. The force field is also selectable. And then there's a cute little 4th option that you can pick, the limit option, which is really useful if you want to be a sicko. But moving into the Stage 5 boss, this guy's actually pretty tricky because he moves up and down in random ways. And then, yeah, these balls that he shoots out, they reflect off of the floor and ceiling in kind of semi-random ways. So they handle that very well. It can be a little difficult to figure out where exactly on the screen you want to be in that, especially since there's a fair bit more visual noise going on in the 2-player mode comparatively. So they're now going to come into the Organic Fortress stage. I mean, this is kind of a greatest hits of Gradius, the game we know and love. This is the 3rd free-scrolling vertical stage, and this one, so this is another one where They have to be very careful and diligent about where they go. They have to communicate with each other to make sure that the scrolling doesn't hit the other player. I personally am incredibly impressed that they can do this at all, because it's just ridiculous. The game is not behaving mechanically in a way that is intuitive. But the main gist behind this stage, it's a maze of sorts, and there are these vertical barriers that they have to get through, and they're semi-random. And we've already seen them go through 2 barriers, the yellow walls that they had to shoot down. They're going through the trap barrier now. They went one at a time, handled that very well. Also dodging the option hunter. Good job. They have to be very careful because there's a third type of barrier that's this blue pendulum plant. Basically, you shoot it, it swings out, you can pass under. It is impossible to get 2 players through that thing. It won't. They can't do it. It won't work. So if they see that coming, they need to make very certain to get out of dodge and move up or down to try and get to another barrier in the stage. But we're beyond the free scrolling part. And so things should be a little bit more regimented, a little bit more predictable. The guys crawling along the floor are fixed. So playing that a little close, but that's all right. You can take those. And now they're coming up on the boss, so they're looking pretty strong. So far, just 1 death on the stage 3 boss, and just on a pattern that is ridiculous with 2 players. So right now they're doing pretty strong. This pattern can get a little feisty because it's kind of random, but they made it through. The second phase here has a safe spot in the upper left corner of the screen, so they're just gonna take it and take a breather. You can put your soda down on the control stick and do well, and smile at the camera. Third phase, they are going to quick kill it as fast as they can. The basic gist of this is similar to previous plant bosses. It sucks the player in, trying to consume the ship, and so they have to fight against the screen while dodging the incoming fire. They handled that correctly, and now, oh gosh, are you ready for quite possibly the greatest shmup stage of all time? I'm not ready. I think this stage is just utterly fantastic, and just a triumph of game design, honestly. Yeah, let's get into it, into the event horizon. So we'll see right as the stage begins. So this one, anyone who's played the series before, it should look very familiar. It is the classic faux Gradius stage, right? The mountain plains, except there's a big gimmick. It's getting sucked into a black hole, and well, it's doing everything. You can notice their missiles, the trusty missiles, they're trying to move forward, but they just can't quite make it and are being sucked into the abyss. Enemies are trying to escape, but they'll also be traveling in very weird patterns. Their bullets are going to be reflected. The scenery is all destructible, and they actually want to be careful not to destroy it willy-nilly, because if they destroy like one of the pillars that's supporting the platform, the entire thing will come up. And if they do that at the wrong time, all of a sudden one of the players has a bunch of scenery flying at them that they can't destroy in time, and will take a death. So they actually want to be careful not to destroy too much if they don't have to. But yeah, it's a pretty tricky scenario. The bullets curving in various ways can also mess with you. About the only thing that isn't affected by the gravity of the black hole are the player ships, because this is a well-designed game, and really kind of puts into perspective just what a menace that plant boss from the previous stage was that they couldn't fight against. So it's a good thing they took that guy. Very sketchy bullet pattern there. So they're through the stage itself now. Very nicely handled, and so now it's time for the boss. Golem is picked up the laser. They have to be careful. This is a very inconvenient time for the option hunter to show up because the boss is coming from right behind them. They're able to dodge it. So this guy is also rather tricky because the arms will aim towards one of the players, and so they have to react to which player it decides to aim towards, which is random. So they're having to sight read this right now. It looks like it's mostly focusing on Golem, who is without a shield. Okay, they got it all as well. So now we're coming into the boss rush. And the boss rush is going to be make or break for this run. The reason why is because we'll get the traditional cube rush so that they can power up. Golem can get his shield back. But the issue is that normally if you were to take a death at the boss rush, you're playing single player, the checkpoint would send you back to before that particular boss, and you would get more cubes so that you could power back up. That's not going to happen here, so they need to be very careful to not take any deaths. This is not easy, by the way, and God, this guy should be dead. Why? Oh, okay, so there it happened. So here's the issue at hand. If they take too many deaths, if Golem dies now, they will not have the power that they need in order to actually defeat all the bosses. They'll have to time them all out. There is a backup strategy to power back up, kind of. But basically, it's if they die twice in a row very quickly, every time they die, they will spawn a couple of power-ups. Yeah, I think that was intentional just so they could get some power. Yeah, so that's the recovery. The recovery strat is die again. It's miserable. Oh, okay, so they are probably going to try and time out all of the bosses. This is very unfortunate and very dicey, honestly. So it'll be very impressive if they can make it through this. I wish that I didn't have to phrase it like this, but things are honestly pretty dire. I wonder if Golem is going to try and take an intentional death like Ghouls did so that he can get some power-ups back. In any case, we're coming now into the third boss. I haven't been talking about them too much itself because the power-up situation is so critical and so different compared to what you might normally encounter in single player. This boss itself is really interesting because it's highly choreographed, and the attacks that the bosses use depend on how many are left alive. And yeah, it's not great. And they wanted to destroy the first one early before a specific part, which they were successful in, so that they didn't have to worry about this really awful undodgeable attack. And they were successful, but everything's just breaking down. There's still a chance, but they're going to have to give it their A game. This boss itself, I believe it's from a previous Konami game. I want to say Thundercross? But the basic gist, the dragons that it shoots are destructible, and they want to destroy them as quickly as they can because hey, not a lot of space. Because the dragons just fill up the screen and keep them from being able to move the way they want. Yeah, so there's one. Where is it going? Dicey. That is dicey. Come on, they should be able to end the fight quickly if it just they get a chance to shoot down the core. Come on. Okay. So close. Come on, can they get it? Come on. This is not where you want to be. Golem is... Well, at the very least, they've got an option. Coming up should be the last boss in the rush, I believe. But they're just going to have to time it out because there's no way, I don't think, that they can deal enough damage to the core with the attacks that it says. Never mind, I misspoke. There are 2 more bosses. This one is a little less dire than the last boss in the rush because there's this safe spot that Ghouls is taking advantage of, where he's pretty much safe from all the attacks that the yo-yos and diagonals would normally spin. That was actually handled expertly, so very good job. But yeah, here comes this game's variation of the classic big core boss, and it's... Yeah, and so good luck destroying the core when it's doing that. It also shoots, besides moving just very fast, it shoots these pop gun bullets that their hitboxes are a little smaller than they appear, but I mean, I wouldn't trust it that much. So they're probably just going to time this guy out. Oh, maybe? If they can actually pull off this kill, I'll be very impressed. Because, yeah, now it's going red. Luckily, Ghouls has gotten an extra life, so they'll have a little bit of resources if they care to get them, but yeah, so close, but so hard to do anything. And again, this is where the fact that they have so few options is... yeah, that was the timeout. Was it? No, that's just a thing that the boss does. I've never actually seen it go this far. I don't know if that was a kill or the timeout, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, they made it through impressively enough. That elicits an applause from anyone around, because that is not easy. Yeah, come on, guys, give it up for them. Okay, so now they do have an opportunity to power back up. But of course, the final stage coming up, it's the classic mechanical base stage, but it wouldn't be a Gradius game without a high speed stage as well. So good luck, guys. Also, it's free scrolling as well, so they have to coordinate this with a scuffed camera as well. So they do have a method for this. Basically, they go forward if they can, and if they can't go forward, they take the top path. But the high-speed stage in Gradius, it's always very tense, very easy for things to spiral out of control. They're coming to the end of it right now, and they want to be right at the front of the screen here, because if they're not, they just die. Yeah. So, yeah, the game is well designed. We love it. Coming into the boss, of course, it's a speed stage, so the boss is, ambushes them from behind. Luckily, since they are playing normal mode in the first loop, the afterburners that the boss don't actually damage them. But this boss is still very tricky because their bullets themselves are impacted by the fast scrolling. So, for instance, Ghouls' gravity bomb would have difficulty even hitting the boss because the bullet would hit, the gravity would deploy, and just immediately scroll off screen. did a really good job taking it out, so good for them. And now it's time for the mechanical base. Yeah, so moving in, a lot of power-ups. So what's really important is that Golem has the option level 2 and the shield power-up, so he's good. The Vic Viper's double tail gun combination is really important for this stage, just because coverage is so important with things coming from round. And also, they want to make sure that they have missiles active as well, because there are these turret hatches on the bottom of the screen that spawn a lot of Zako, and really we want a missile in order to take those out early, otherwise things just get dicey. Ah! So that's it for Golem. Ghouls is still around and can make it up. And well, he was crushed. Yeah, now it's a checkpoint. Okay, so they credited back in. They're gonna play this out. And honestly, a good call actually on that intentional suicide. He activated the checkpoint so that they could get the power-ups they needed in order to get to the power-up level they wanted. This is the scuffed Gradius 2-player strats. Checkpoints are good. But yeah, that was what was demonstrated with the missiles being so important, and they also want to be very aggressive playing in the front of the screen because, of course, eventually the walls will close in on them, just straight up, like you're in front of the screen or you die. So luckily they know it's coming up and can handle it reasonably well. The game over from Golem was unfortunate, but honestly, making it this far, 2 players in 1 credit, is incredibly impressive. So I don't think they have anything to feel bad about. This game, it's known for being easier than the arcade Gradius games, but it is not a cakewalk by any stretch of the means. They didn't completely defang it. They just gave it a little manicure. So now getting into the final stretch of the game, you have the classic turret wall boss. And so for this one, this is actually a lot more difficult than it looks. Normally they just aim towards the player, but which player are they aiming towards? Who knows? This part of the boss is quite a bit easier because this is fixed and they can just move towards the boss, point blank it, and get the quick kill. That was very nicely handled. And now they are moving in on to what Ghouls informed me he considers the final boss of the game. Rather appropriately, the Ducker enemies that are famous or infamous, depending on your persuasion, in these games, the final boss is a giant Ducker. So, yeah, the devs knew. And this guy, he does a couple of things, but really what they're doing is Golem is misdirecting all of the boss's fire, while Ghouls just sits under him point blanks for big damage. So a very, very cool strat, very nicely handled there. They've already killed the boss. That was hardly more than a 2-cycle. And so now the rest of the game should be fairly fixed. There is the customary invincible boss that just travels across the stage. They have the ceiling and floor that decides to give up on life and suicide bomb the players that they've gotten past. But really, this section is completely fixed. So all they have to do is get past the boss. Ghouls has already done it, so Golem just has to follow him, and once they get past the boss on the right side of the screen, they're basically home free. So, okay, there he is. Golem's through as well, right at the end, just in time. It's a little bit of a tight fit, but they made it. And all that's left is In the final encounter, the hatch is going to close in on them, and it'll be time for the customary Gradius end of game boss. Ghouls, what are you doing? Get in there! Okay, let's wrap this up. It's gonna open up with a horde of option hunters. You cannot avoid these. The game does not want you to have options right now. I don't think they had too many regardless. This is mostly a cinematic. It's not especially dangerous, but you have a whole lot of salamander references. I think the devs who made this game really like Gradius. But yeah, here are the dragons. They do a nice little dance that isn't actually dangerous because you just go to the corners of the screen and wave at them. Meanwhile, the voiceover, the boss is taunting you despite the fact that it does pretty much nothing. Well, not really nothing. Right now it's doing nothing. You know, if the collapsing ceiling didn't take them out, I don't know why it would think that anything it could do would, you know, be able to do it. In any case, we've got the brain golem boss from Salamander. It's a little easier because it's not actually shooting, so like, you know, better luck next time. And now, of course, the final obstacle of the game is just a ball in the middle of the screen that does nothing, that they just shoot down. So they're going to go ahead and take that out, and that's it. Good game, guys. Very impressive showing altogether. I guess that's technically a 3cc with the game over that Golem took, but very well played and very impressive recovery, all things considered. I think y'all can breathe a sigh of relief and be proud of yourselves. What a demonstration. So,
I'm back.
Hey.
USA! USA!
So I don't know if you can hear, but the guys in the house, they really enjoyed the show that y'all put on. That was fantastic.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, I hate to have done it again, but I was on a credit at the end, and Golem had unfortunately game over.
Well, next year, what y'all have to do is make sure that you're the one who throws so that Golem can save the day.
Look, I'll self-destruct 3 times if need be.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm incredibly impressed by how y'all were able to recover in the boss rush. That was a fantastic showing, all things considered.
That's what we do it for. We love the recoveries. So
yeah,
that's what keeps it interesting.
Yeah, I also really loved the cheeky suicide you had in the mechanical base after the game over, just so that y'all could make sure to get all the power-up capsules you needed for the rest of the game.
Yep, we did that a couple times, and it's always scary doing it, but it paid off, I guess.
I think it was great. Just a fantastic game. Always a pleasure to watch.
I hope everyone liked our strategy against the King Ducker, because that was the thing I most wanted to show off.
Oh yeah, that quick kill was it was great. That was very fun to watch. I mean, that's kind of one of the benefits of co-op play that you don't necessarily get to see all the time.
Exactly. You'll never do that strat in single player.
Nope. Okay. Well, I guess that's it for the run, unless you want to say anything else.
No, thanks for doing commentary, Doc, and thanks to Mark for hosting the event, and everyone else who played, and for the opportunity for us to play.
Okay, well, have a good one, guys. See you around.
Take care.
Well, Exceed is next. No, except for you. Sword isn't. Oh, okay. Right. I guess that's right, because you don't get.
All right, let's do this. Change air
All
blade.
right.
Do this.
All right, here we go.
Change air blade.
We got change. Oh my God! Do we have an echo? Well, if we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. This is I Am Borderline running Change Airblade. I Am Borderline has made the dangerous mistake of trusting me, the Dirty Screech, to do his commentary. It's good. You're good. So Change Airblade is this awesome game out of Japan. They're all out of Japan. But like it is in single player mode, it's like a boss rush. How you pick it, how you pick your ship, depending on which button you choose, actually changes the ship's properties. You know, more bomb, more or stronger, this, that, whatever, right? All right. I Am Borderline. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Sorry. I Am Borderline already taking care of our first boss. So in Change Airblade, you have 8 bosses you have to go through. It's effectively a boss rush in single player mode. You have 8 bosses you have to go through. Looking awesome. Oh my goodness. Look at that lovely full armor point bonus we got here. In this mode, I guess in both modes, but in single player mode, you're going to see the enemies at the top of the ship. You're chasing them like he owes you money, shooting them down. He has all these options on potentially changing into gigantic, kind of docking with this gigantic mech thing to help, kill you, because he just, doesn't want to pay his loan. And like right here, you're seeing it happen. And this game has a ton of randomness. All drops are random. You'll see bomb fragments drop in here. You'll notice he has 3 full bombs on the bottom left. Then there are a bunch of bomb fragments. You can actually have a 4th full bomb if you fill up the entire level of bomb fragments. As with many games that use fragments, such as Ibarra, for instance, if you bomb with less than a full bomb and only partial fragments, it'll still let you do it. Its effects will just be less, fewer iframes, smaller blast radius, that kind of a thing. So I Am Borderline here, picking up plenty of medals. We got this going. You'll see blue option things drop here. You also see green ones. Blue, I believe, is auxiliary. Green is the not fixed. The
Intentional
lock-on.
suicide.
What's that?
Intentional suicide.
Oh, that was an intentional suicide we just saw.
Intentional suicide.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, extends are at 2 million and 6 million. So, and you can only have 3 lives.
That's
2 million and 6 million. So from this, with the bonus points I get, that'll bring me up. From this, another cool thing I learned since I last talked to you: all the drops, except for bomb fragments, give iframes.
All drops give iframes. That's interesting. I got
even the metals.
Even the metals do? That's amazing.
Even the metals. Yep. And you press A, B, or C here when it's the 3, 2, 1 countdown. And you press A, B, or C here when it's the 3, 2, 1 to change your ship.
Oh, you can change it mid levels. That I didn't get that.
That's the only place.
I didn't get that. Oh. Hey, I am Borderline. I just need to say something. We might have lost all the audio, but that might be on our end.
All the audio?
Oh no, I got your voice. I got your voice.
Okay, cool.
Never mind. I just don't have game audio anymore. Anyway, keeping going. Keeping going.
Right.
I can't. It's off screen. Okay. Yeah, so you'll see those are kind of mid-sized medals. Those are all worth 10,000 a piece in terms of bonus. And occasionally you'll see him be granted this gigantic kind of slowly floating medal. That's 100,000 a piece. I know I Am Borderline has personally cracked the 10 million point barrier. His goal today isn't points primarily. It is a survival clear. And then after that, maybe, points secondarily, right? But 10 million is an excellent score in this game. We can find a runner named Sylph got 13 million on YouTube, but 10 million is really good. I know Pearl's run this. I think on his, it was somewhere around 9.5 million. But yeah, like I Am Borderline is
all right,
or just Borderline, we'll say, because we're on a first name basis now.
Yeah, that works.
But Borderline, definitely really good at this game. One of the other things about this game, while we're playing single player, is to talk about the 2-player mode. 2-player mode is actually, it is not like many 2-player modes where you play cooperatively, and it's not quite like Twinkle Star Sprites. Here, one of you is the top ship, one of you is the bottom ship, right? And you're battling each other each time, and there is the option to switch sides if there's a special option that can randomly drop on destroying things, and if it drops and you pick it up, you can switch to the top, and you can dock into the major mechs here. In doing so, you generally have a big power advantage over the other player. Now, if you do it single player, it's essentially, yep, done, you've killed the boss. Unfortunately, that's really bad for your score. You can't keep destroying the boss ships, the bigger ships things, without hurting the boss and milking out extra points. You can't get as many drops. So in single player mode, if you're going for score, you do not want to pick up the special option. It's actually a pretty rare drop in single player mode. In 2-player mode, it happens much more often. Try to kind of switch things around, make it fair. But it is combative 2-player mode on one single screen, unlike combative 2-player mode in Twinkle Star Sprites and similar games like that. All right, we are on to... Oh, I literally missed the name on this one. We're on to another boss here. This is pretty good. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I'm going at lightning speed.
You really are. You are flying through these levels, man. And awesome, great. You are killing it. I know this run takes kind of 11, 12 minutes if you're just going for survival for you. All right, yeah. Well, it's tough little hit there, but you're good. You're safe. You got this.
Well, getting hit was fine because I'm up at my 6 million.
Oh, sure. All right, now we got... I'm just going to call this...
This got some kind of form of rank.
Oh.
So if just like Bat Rider, if you get that extend, that third extend, your rank goes up.
Sure,
and you
see
tougher patterns.
Yeah,
faster
it has the potential suicide, and we'll see that. I know that some of these bosses you were saying probably rank dependent. they might do the same pattern 2 times or 3 times. They might have the same number of times, more bullets. There definitely is a rank, and it's like not. My understanding is the mechanism on ranking system here is only partially known.
Yeah, I can't figure it out.
Man, you are crushing these stages, my man.
I put a lot of time into this.
You are
This
killing
part's
it.
a little sketchy. See if I can get it.
I believe in you.
Nope. That's all right. We'll bomb it.
Well, then you can do it. That still counts.
Usually I throw a bomb in there anyway.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, play the game you want to play, man. Right? Like, we're looking to survive. We're looking to put on a show for the people. And anybody who hasn't seen, I Am Borderline has some vids on YouTube. He does, you can see him, you can see hand cam. Man, if you look in the background, I Am Borderline has some awesome candy caps. And they look just great. And, maybe I don't know how you got a hold of so many, but like, man, they look awesome. I just want to say that, give that little plug and shout out because
thank you.
If you're an arcade enthusiast, you're gonna love it.
I would have put the cameras up, but last weekend I went to I brought all the cabs to Long Island for Retro Gaming Expo.
Sure.
And next weekend I'm going to be in Hartford at World Retro Expo in
Oh my
Connecticut.
goodness.
Final boss, here we go.
Here we go. Let's do this. Final boss. It all comes down to this. A boy in a dream. All right, so you are just tracking him well. Oh, good bomb, good bomb,
right,
good bomb.
all right.
You got this.
Stick
All
to
right.
my strat.
The change from Change Airblade, the last boss, changing. He's like the space shuttle, man. Except for, tan, I guess.
All right, this part's the fucked up part.
You got this. I believe in you. Oof. Nicely played. Nicely played. Excellent. Excellent. Doing damage.
Fine. Give me the
Almost.
bomb. And you're done. Fuck you. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
All
You
right,
got
all
this.
right.
You got this.
This part can get really bad. Boom.
Okay.
All right, you're dead. Fuck that guy. That's how you do it. First try, baby. Hell
Boom.
yeah.
Hell yeah, buddy. Way to go.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Everybody
What
get
was
it
that,
out for
like 8
Borderline. Getting us clear.
Yes.
This is a super intense game. It is like it's just boss rush mode, or it's just
Mission
combative.
complete.
Mission complete. Way to go, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a super underrated game. Like, I didn't know about it until knowing you were going to do a run. Oh
You
yeah.
guys want to see a score run?
Let me ask. 1 sec.
Do we have time for that?
I think it would take about 20 minutes. Is that right? Borderline, that would take about what, 20 minutes?
If I make it.
Yeah. Is that right?
I could do less milking.
He says he can do less milking.
Each one's about 99 seconds.
Each one's about 99 seconds. 1 sec.
Got to talk to the manager. I feel like the manager of the restaurant. Hey, how long do you think it'll be? We're a bit behind schedule. Could you be like 10 minutes, somewhere in there, or is that?
What I could do is I could just showcase milking for this one.
Okay, go ahead.
And we'll call it that. So
okay,
basically everything that you do for score is done in extra boss stuff. So you just chill, don't kill the dude, kill what you can, dodge what you can.
Alrighty.
Watch
sure.
out for the patterns.
Yeah, go ahead, Jodop.
All right. And the pattern's different. So you have a focus attack, which is with holding, and then you could mash to not do as much damage, but you have more speed. So you do that, and you just chill. Let the guy do his thing.
And to anybody who's worried about the schedule, here's what I'm going to say. Just pretend you're in another time zone. And we are plenty on schedule. We're just fine then.
Yeah. So if you do real good, and you get a good time on the last one, I think I should have enough time for one more and still be able to kill him.
Awesome.
You can get over 1 million.
Oh, wow.
Come on, drop it, drop it, drop it. That's all right. Boom.
Awesome, dude.
And that should give me over 1 million, which is like easily double at least what you do from just survival.
That was an awesome.
There's a lot of untouched potential in this game. There's so much still left to do. Like 13 million is the highest score that I've seen, but if you milk enough, you can get over that. There's probably at least 15 that you could squeeze from here.
Take note, score chasers.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no whatchamacallit. There's no ports. This game is only on arcade. It's on MAME though.
Sure. So most people, if they're going to be playing, they're probably going to be playing the MAME.
I'm playing it right now on PCB.
Yeah, I know you got PCBs. I've seen you. I've seen those videos, man. It's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
super glad. First Shmup Slam. First try 1cc.
Hell
Mark,
yeah, dude.
Thank you for hosting this, dude. This is awesome, dude. It's really amazing. I loved watching all weekend. Shout out to all the contestants and people putting in the time. Doing all that stuff. Round of applause.
Round of applause for
you
everybody
guys.
on this one. Yeah, for Mark for hosting, for all the people, like you said, all the people playing and contributing and streaming. Like, absolutely, round of applause for sure.
Yeah. All right. I got work at 7 a.m.
All right. Well, you get some sleep. You get to work. I'm going to hand this over to Mark.
I'll walk into work with an extra skip of my step with my 1cc.
With your 1cc in front of everybody. Hell yeah, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you,
right.
guys.
Thank you, man.
Alrighty. Up next, we have Exceed. We're going to swap over to that real fast.
All right, hello again, everyone. This is going to be Exceed Third Jade Penetrate Black Package, played by Silent Black Cat. Really interesting Dojin shmup, kind of a complicated history, and I'll talk a little bit more about the current state of it towards the end of the run. But it's a game that I think a lot of people have heard of, but not a lot of people, at least in the English-speaking community, have played. And we're going to see a scoring demonstration of the hard difficulty, and hopefully a TLB run as well. Although there are some specific requirements to reach the TLB, so you know, in a marathon setting, it's not certain that that'll happen. So let's. All right, looks like we are in the run. So this game, right away, we're going to start seeing this immediately bombing, trying to get a specific glitch that can occur where the bomb can cause a multiplier to stack on itself. Not sure that that was achieved here. But the way the multiplier works in this game is a little bit complicated. It's sort of this invisible value that exists behind the scenes relating to the quick kills on enemies. So kind of similar to like quick kills in the Raiden series, for example, where you want to kill enemies as soon as they spawn. But instead of being a multiplier that's applied just to that enemy, it's a cumulative bonus that can apply to multiple enemies throughout the whole stage. So it can go up to times 16, I believe. Right now at times 4, which is not great, but certainly, you know, acceptable. The trick with this is that you have to kill kind of every enemy as fast as possible. And so there's a lot of routed point blanking, a lot of routed usage of this sort of energy release. It looks very similar to the release in Ikaruga. It's called Burn Air Raid. And then you can also, I believe, spawn some additional waves of enemies in slightly different positions if you kill things a little more quickly. Like, for example, those blue guys, when I've played, I only get a couple waves of them, but there were a couple more here. It's now coming onto the first boss battle. The boss fights they'll feel very familiar if you've played Touhou games, but unlike the Touhou games, they don't really have like non-spells. It's kind of all one attack after another attack after another attack. Blue Revolver actually does something kind of similar, where kind of every attack phase of a boss has a named pattern. There are bonuses that you can achieve in Exceed for quick killing each phase. That gives you up to a ×8 multiplier on that boss phase. So if you kill it more slowly, you get ×4, ×2, or no multiplier at all. So Cat is going to try to go for ×8 as often as makes practical sense. However, there are some patterns where it's actually advisable to try to milk for grays. That ends up being more beneficial for score and or for setting up energy. So you gain energy in the lower left corner of the screen there. When that's full, you can use that kind of energy release attack, the Burn Air Raid. This attack is particularly finicky. It emits these radial spreads of, bullets after it impacts the walls. So you have to pay careful attention to where you're directing it initially. And when you're playing for score, you also want to be close up to the boss and very aggressively following it across the screen so that you can kill it as quickly as possible. This is, I believe, the last spell phase of this first stage boss. And about to go down. Very nice. So target score split is around 700k, currently at 851k, which is fantastic. Stage 2 is a little bit more dry in terms of scoring. There are some kind of cool gray setups you can do with these enemies that shoot the long lines. And in hard difficulty and Exceed difficulty, this run is on hard, the enemies will also fire revenge bullets. So you can even get some good gray setup off of some of the like Zako strings with how you position yourself relative to where those revenge bullet lines will be fired. Again, trying to quick kill all these enemy groups as they spawn. So positioning directly on top of the biggest enemies to do a lot of point blanking, or using the Burn Air Raid to take out clusters of smaller enemies as quickly as possible. This is sort of a mid-boss. And there's a couple of these mid-bosses in this stage and in the following stage that need to be no miss, no bombed in order to trigger the TLB and EX stage. The other conditions for that include playing the game with autobomb disabled. There is an autobomb function, but you have to play with autobomb off in order to be eligible to reach that last stage, I believe. ×4 there. And you'll see now, all the subsequent enemies have that ×4 popping up, and then if they're killed fast enough to reach the next kind of threshold, then it'll be ×8 that you see popping up everywhere, etc., etc., etc. Ah, nice little grace setup there with the revenge bullets, just one after another. Very nice. Coming up on, there's going to be a couple big groups of these kind of laser orbs that come on both sides. Probably we'll see a Bernaire raid here. Oh no, okay, wait, and then, yeah, that makes sense actually. Cool. There's not a ton of replays of this game played for score. There's a couple on Nico Video, and I believe like Kiwi and a couple other players have played this game at that level, but there's really not a ton of documentation of it. So this is pretty fun to see. Once again, going for quick kills on the boss phases. First couple attacks here are not too problematic. This one can be a little hairy sometimes, depending on just how it lays on top of itself. But generally, it's not too bad. This one is quite a bit easier than a lot of the others here for the Stage 2 boss. By the way, some of these attack names may seem familiar if you're a fan of metal bands. This one, for example, might jump right out. The game's soundtrack also is very clearly metal influenced, and the soundtrack I think is really a standout of this game. A lot of people have heard the soundtrack, but maybe not even heard where it's from. Just another kind of interesting element of this game's kind of legacy, All right, this final attack, Death Thrash Bound. She does this sort of flying kick into the wall, and you need to misdirect that and do some kind of dodges through the resulting bullet waves. Can be a little bit tricky. But Cat's doing a really good job of manipulating this. And let's see what the... Ooh, oh, that was a little close. Okay. Couldn't see what the multiplier was there because the boss was off the screen. That's pretty good. The score threshold target here was about 1.3 million, and I think that was 1.45. Yeah, 1.45. So doing really well in terms of score splits. Stage 3 introduces some... So, okay, it looks like another bomb glitch attempt here. The bomb glitch essentially works because... Oh, that was really good, actually. That all the way up to ×8. Wow, nice. So the bomb glitch essentially works because each enemy has like a value that they add to the multiplier counter of the stage, and that value decreases the longer the enemy is alive. But when you use a bomb, if you do damage from multiple sources at the same time, like on the same frame that the enemy dies, all of that counter value stacks on top of itself instead of only being applied once. So normally it would take, a good chunk of the stage to get up to a ×8 or ×16 multiplier, but silentblackcat was able to bring it up to ×8 right away at the start of the stage using that glitch. But as you might expect, it's very inconsistent. Even with some setups and some specific like positional and timing cues, it's not super reliable. This is another one of those mid-bosses that I mentioned on the previous stage. Needs to be no miss, no bombed. Not a problem there. Very nice. I think there's one more mid-boss on this stage that also needs to be no miss, no bombed. Something that we're not seeing a whole lot of is these big snakes, because Cat's doing such a good job of taking them out very proactively. But if you let them sit on the screen, they will kind of clog it up with these red bullets that they emit from every side. And then when killed, they emit these long ropes of revenge bullets that can make it really challenging to move around. You might have noticed Cat kind of got like shoved around by the snake there. So this game does not have collision damage with enemies, but they do bump you, and they bump you kind of aggressively and abruptly. So if you see that happening, that's that's what's causing it. It's kind of helpful when you go for a lot of these very aggressive point blanking setups because you can't die just by running into the enemy. However, they could push you into a bullet, which would still kill you. So here's the other mid-boss. Once again, this needs to be no miss, no bombed. Not a super challenging fight until this pattern. This one's very visually disorienting, but it's not super difficult. Yeah, nicely done. All right, and now coming into the stage 3 boss. Score target for this stage is 4.2 million, currently at 3.85, so doing really well. This boss has a couple patterns that are variations on this theme of like bouncing bullets or bullets emitting trails of other bullets. Some really interesting pattern design in this game in general. So this is the first pattern that's like that. There'll be another one that kind of comes back a little bit later. I feel like there's also a theme with some of the boss names here, and maybe this just relates to the kind of metal band theming in general. References to like German military aircraft and military concepts. Like this is, I don't speak German, so I might butcher this, but you know, Luftwaffe, and I think there's Stuka in a moment. So anyway, I just think it's fun trying to puzzle out the theming. Ooh, that was tight. Blah. This is a little bit of a scary way to dodge this. Maybe it's a Gray's Milk setup, actually. Yeah, the way that the bullets move on this, they sort of curve as they come out. Several of the attacks in this game have bullets that move in ways that are a little bit visually challenging, let's say. Here, Cat's going for kind of a Super Graze setup. There's these kind of figure 8 points where if you sit right next to the intersection of those bullets as they loop over themselves, you can get a lot of extra graze. So here's another one of those patterns where it's bullets emitting other bullets. At first it's just a normal cross, but then it's like a curving cross, and now it's going to be like a sine wave in and out. Really fun stuff. Some really, really interesting patterns in this game. All right, very nice. So again, the score target coming out of that stage was 4.2, currently at 4.48. So at this point, mistakes with score become a lot more important. Cat wants to have a times 16 to times 64 multiplier for most of the rest of the game if possible. So going to try again to be super aggressive with these quick kills and take everything out right as it comes on the screen. Like there you see that burn air rate activation right as the big enemy came down from the top of the screen. Oh, that's fun. You can actually hit them from the side. That's neat. This stage can be pretty tricky for survival if you allow some of these enemies to live. They fire a lot of bullets very quickly when they spawn, and then in the hard and exceed difficulties, they also fire a ton of revenge bullets. It can really clog things up. All right, so we're nowhere on TLB pace because this is the TLB character, but they come in here as a mid-boss. And they also need to be no miss, no bombed in order to stay on the TLB route. So this is a little tense. This pattern is not super difficult, but it does have some randomness to it. So she has to stay on her toes in order to dodge successfully. Nicely done. Now, one thing you might notice there, kind of as a recurring theme, is the activation of the burn air raid energy release kind of at the start of a new boss pattern. That's something that we'll probably see throughout the run because it does a little bit more damage, and if you build it up close to the end of a previous attack, that extra damage will just go to waste because the bosses have a kind of a moment of invulnerability where it won't target them when they enter the start of a new phase. So if you build up a full energy meter, it makes more sense to save the activation of that until the start of the next boss pattern. really nice scoring here. Yeah, just this is going to be kind of fun because it's bouncing back and forth, left, right, using the burn air raid and quick kills to kind of chain between these big enemies from the top of the screen. They also give a screen clear when they're killed, so it's very satisfying. The energy buildup actually is somewhat proportional to that screen clear. All these little like ghost bullets that are generated and then absorbed, they contribute to that meter. Also, all the items that are collected. So items in this game are pretty important. You might notice there's an item count in the top right, which is separate from the score. So item collection is how you get extends. Every 2,000 items, you get an additional life. Up to 10,000, I believe, is the cap. And those sort of ghost bullets, there's some weird ratio where they break down into like partial items, like 10 ghost bullets for one real bullet or something like that. One real item, sorry. But all of the sort of like coins and medals and stuff that enemies drop, those count as full items. So this pattern technically does have like a super aggressive grazing setup where you can get in between those lines, but it's really scary. We might see a super graze here on Cogwheel. There's some interesting setups you can go for. Kind of getting right inside the wheel as it spins around. Nice. And Gloucester Meteor, I want to say this is also a military aircraft reference. I could be completely wrong, but it sounds familiar somehow. Yeah, kind of a fun pattern. The next pattern coming up is pretty spooky. Slaughter Algorithm. Amazing name. This one involves a lot of movement kind of side to side and trying to go down and then sweep back up like that. Yeah. You don't want to be in the bottom third center of the screen when it does that big triangle. You want to kind of sweep around to the edges. And then, of course, avoiding these red walls by alternating left, right, left, right. It's a fun pattern because it's a little tricky to figure out how to do it. And then even once you do know how to do it, the movement and timing is kind of tight. But it can be a lot of fun when it clicks. So I think timing out here to get some graze. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done. So the score target here was only 6.7, and we're currently at 8. So Silent Black Cat's on an excellent pace right now. Stage 5 has a fun kind of sense of pacing to it with the music and the enemies like flying in the background. Definitely a moment that picks up a lot. It's also by far the most challenging stage thus far in the game in terms of survival. There's a lot of really big enemies, really big kind of cancel moments, and things that can really wall you in. So very, very aggressive speed kills here. Want to try to build up to times 64 as early as possible. So these enemies are going to be a recurring threat on this stage. The pattern that they fire isn't in and of itself a huge issue. It's sort of like big sweeping thing. But a lot of the other enemies on the stage will become much more of a threat when your movement is constrained by that kind of inward sweep. Already at times 16. Very nice. 32. And again, just knowing where and when to be in these positions. So all of this big cluster of Zako that shoots all these really rough revenge bullet kind of walls, misdirecting them off to the side, using the burn air raid release to quick kill stuff there. This section is super trippy. The first time you play through it, you'll probably die because these rings of enemies fire around you. They don't actually hit you. But again, just like those enemies with the big sweeps on this stage, it's more about constraining your movement and making you susceptible to the other enemies on the stage. Nicely done. Now, in just a second, it's going to get a little hairy. There's going to be a couple of those rings that will appear around Silent Black Cat. and then one of those big enemies is going to sweep in from the top and try to lock things down. Yeah, nice. I'm using the burning raid to get rid of all that right away. Important to note that the burning raid does not give any kind of invincibility. It strictly just homes in on enemies. But you might be confused by the activation and the fact that it requires meter, sort of similar to like a hyper system, something like that. But it does not give any invincibility. Just does a bit of extra damage and can be useful to clear out enemies. Nice timing on the cancel there. And again, nice. Now coming up to the stage 5 boss. So this boss fight is pretty wild. So these patterns, I felt like when I was playing earlier, I felt like were a pretty dramatic jump up in difficulty compared to some of the earlier stages. And some of them have almost more of like a puzzle element in terms of how you're supposed to read and solve them. This first one's not too bad. You can get walled and crushed, and that's not fun. But it's not that bad. This one, the kind of silhouette lasers will come at you after a delay. If you do small taps, you'll be okay, but then at a certain point, you might need to cut through the red walls. So, yeah, okay, so it looks like Cat was waiting for the gap in between kind of emissions of that red pattern instead of trying to cut through. Trying to do that cut through while the lasers are coming down can get a bit chaotic. Nicely done. Alright, so this pattern is completely wild. Oh, that's rough. Okay. So there's a huge potential for grazing on the ring of bullets on the outside edge. And then supposedly the pattern on the inside is actually kind of fixed. It just rotates around. And so once you learn it, you can dodge it pretty consistently. Personally, when I get here, I usually just die. But it reminds me a little bit of something we see in like Crimson Clover, for example. There's a few other shmups that do something kind of like this, which I think is fun. But here it's very tight and very disorienting. In general, personally, I just struggle with visibility in this game. So even though it's a lot of fun to play, it's also a little challenging at times. This pattern's fun. There's these sort of ghost layers of where the bullets are going to be. You can line yourself up with that. Most of the time you can ignore the red bullets, but do be kind of aware in the back of your mind where they are, because they can and will kill you. Alright, so Pantheon Swarm. This attack is hard. A lot of... Okay, nice death maul, I think that was. This initial volley is kind of randomized, and the movement of the bullets is difficult to deal with. Then there's sort of like a second phase to this pattern, which is these overlapping red and blue waves. And after a certain amount of time, they'll like cross and go in the opposite direction, which can be really tricky to deal with. Yeah, very nice. And then there's sort of a third phase to this where it fires a bunch of pink bullets that are roughly aimed at you. And this can be done just by tapping, but if you are overzealous with your movement, you will die, because it in the second and third repetitions of it, it creates like it aims partially in front of you in addition to aiming at where you currently are. So it can be very chaotic if you're not familiar with how it moves. Now for the second form of the Stage 5 boss. The patterns here are even more difficult to deal with. So Dragoon Tempest, I believe we will see some intentional bombs here. This attack is dodgeable, and it's kind of fun to dodge even, but it's very difficult to do consistently. You have to kind of misdirect all the red walls, and then cut through the blue kind of loose waves that it emits. So Carnage Heaven, I hate this pattern, but Kat said that she's very consistent with it, so that's awesome. You do a little bit more damage when you're closer to the boss, so I think that combined with the way that those bullets move around makes it a little bit easier if you're kind of closer in proximity. Enhanced Pain, this one's also very tricky. It's this combination of like large sweeping movements and then more precise micro to get your way out of it. All of this is technically like aimed at you and influenced by your position. So, ooh, wow, that was tight. So you have a lot more control over that pattern than you might think. All right, Magma Diving. Right now, I don't like this pattern at all. Supposedly there's something funky. Oh, supposedly there's something funky with the way the hitboxes work on the blue bullets. People claim that they're a little bit bigger than they look. But regardless, this attack is very challenging to do. Yeah, wow. So not surprising to see a couple misses here. Oh! Not that I wanted them. That's a bummer. Alright, and then God's Sacrilege. This is another attack that's very visually disorienting. The actual pattern, people claim that it's not that bad. I'm not sure I'm one of those people, but it does look like something where once you get used to it, it makes a lot more sense. Okay, nearly there now. All right, nicely done. So I'm not sure how this stacks up with the score target. Uh-oh, hang on. A message. All right. So the score target for that stage was 15.1 million and only at 14.1 right now. I'm not sure whether that's because of issues with the boss fight or maybe the multiplier during the stage dropped at some point and I didn't notice. But regardless, this is the EX stage and this is insane. Quite a massive jump in difficulty compared to the rest of the game. Although considering what you have to do to get here, perhaps it is warranted. So the stage portion, much the same mechanically as stuff that we've seen before, but just the volume of bullets and enemies that the game's throwing at you is quite a bit higher. And it mixes up stuff from all the previous stage. Oh, that was so rude. So Cat was trying to go for a point blank setup on the snake there to take it out right away, but got bumped by it into another bullet that was already on screen. That's really rough. Still 4 lives in stock. Oh, and it looks like there is another life coming up at 12,000. I thought it ended at 10. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, it was a good bomb. Not a good way out of that. Cat making this part look pretty easy, even though it's really not. Just by taking out all these enemies right away before they have a chance to become a real threat. Ooh, okay. I think the burn air raid was intended to lock on there, and maybe it was done a tiny bit too early. Bomb. Yeah, this stage just looks so gnarly. Ugh. Nice. These guys that shoot the big diamonds are very, very scary. Alright, and here's 2 bombs. And now the TLB. So this pattern is just wild. It's interesting because I think it's a pattern that like shows you very directly what it wants you to do to dodge it, which is just kind of go back and forth and wait for those openings where the red bullets aren't going to be intersecting with your movement path. But actually managing to do that execution is very tricky. Nicely handled so far. Ooh. So, Pat mentioned before the run that this pattern gives her some trouble. Nicely done. Apparently the pink bullets here are random, and they're also drawn under everything else, which is great. You know, it's always good when the thing that changes every run is the thing that you can't see because it's drawn at the bottom. Oh, nice. Hecatonkeer. Always a cool name for something. Interesting pattern. Reminds me a little bit of some of the like Mushi Ultra Stage 5 has a pattern that's kind of similar with the way it sort of makes these like U shapes that fall on you. Undead Malice. This pattern's wild. It's kind of two overlapping waves that rotate to kind of constrain your movement. Oop. Oh, wow. Nice. Hang on, I'm getting an emergency storm warning. Okay. Well, if I drop out, sorry. I have no real notes about this pattern. I think it looks much more aggressive than it actually is. Yeah, the black walls seem like they'd be very, very dangerous. But I guess as long as you don't get crushed, it doesn't seem too bad. Oh, yeah, this one, so it looks like the bullets can kind of spawn as you're moving sideways if you're not timing it nicely. Ooh, man, that's kind of hairy. Nice. Nice. Okay, cool. And then Rosa Gigantea. So I've never made it to the EX stage, so this is all just reacting to what's on screen here. Sorry, guys. In my notes from Kat, she mentions that this is not the hardest thing to avoid. But choosing the wrong path can force you into a bad spot. Okay, and then washing machine. Hey, look at that. So apparently a lot of systems... Ooh! Okay. Apparently in a lot of systems this attack causes slowdown. But on more modern machines, you know, it doesn't slow down. So this is full speed. Nicely done. There you go. And that's it. That is the clear. Wow. Very, very nicely done. Congratulations, Silent Black Cat. Thank you very much for an awesome, awesome run. And then there was actually a special message that Kat wanted me to pass on before we finish out the commentary. Quote, "The sad end to this game's history is that the developers completely vanished. And while it was sold on Steam up until a few months ago, it's now been delisted and is technically abandonware. There's certainly been some good Western players in the past, but it seems like most people have moved on, which leaves Kat as one of the only active players currently. If this game looks interesting, and especially if you're a beginner, it'd be great to see more people try it out. You can find some Steam keys floating around online, and there may be other ways of getting the game if you do a bit of research." She also wants to thank Mark for hosting the run, and Softdrink.
I appreciate
himself
that
for the commentary. So, and thanks everyone for watching.
Alrighty, perfect. Thanks so much, Softdrink.
Of course, anytime.
Excellent work, excellent work. And I hope everything's going well in terms of weather and all that.
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't go look at the warning. So.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Yeah,
alrighty. Up next, everyone, is myself playing Radiant Silvergun, so that'll be fun. Stay tuned. That'll be real fast. Hello, Shmup Slam. I got the VIP treatment. I got someone holding the mic for me. I should have this happen in every single YouTube video from now on. So, to set the tone of today's run, I'm dead ass tired. I'm sleep deprived. I shouldn't be playing, but it's tradition, so I am. So let's consider this a Radiant Silvergun Let's Play, okay? Like, I'm going to try to 1cc. But if I don't, let's not all get serious and quiet, because the likelihood of me playing well right now is not super high. So, oh, let me turn on the game audio, of course.
No. We need game audio. I don't want to hear these excuses.
I want a 2-hour-long play of underpowered Radiant Silvergun.
The Saturn mode from 0 power.
Turn it into a meme run.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure whoever's behind us won't matter.
You did buy that SS6 for your initials?
I signed my run SS6.
Right, Shmup Slam 6?
Not every game has numbers for their.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I don't know if this one does.
I totally
I should have thought of that for mine.
Yeah.
That's a good
Hi,
idea.
what's up?
Just testing the audio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. All right. Here we go.
It's dumb of me not to think of it.
Now I might have an early restart. I'm giving myself one early restart. Okay, so I'm starting off with a red ship, because it turns out when it comes to scoring, the red ship has all these. No, I'm just kidding. It's red and it's cool. That's why I'm playing it. The sword is red. I discovered that today. I was like, oh my god, well, haven't I been playing this ship? Okay, so in Radiant Silvergun, it's kind of an interesting game to play in a live setting, because the early game actually matters a shitload, which is kind of unusual for a shmup. Usually it's like we kind of snore through the first few stages and then it gets hard later on. But the thing is, because of the leveling system, like playing well in the first few stages actually makes the game easier later on. So it matters the whole way through, the whole damn time. It matters how well I play. So what I'm mostly looking for in these first 3 stages are chaining the reds, because they're the easiest to chain. And we're going to be doing some RPG min-maxing strats, which is there's 3 weapon types basically, and we're just focusing on 2. The straight shot, that's the most important, and then the side shot. That one's pretty damn good too. Homing shot is going to get neglected because I'm not good enough to upgrade everything evenly. So it's going to get neglected. So coming into this, if you're a player of Ikaruga, this section is going to feel familiar, because you got to make these precise shots just like this. Then you got to slice, turn the sword the right direction. Not perfect, but, well, we didn't drop it, we just didn't get it. So that's better than dropping it, at least. Better to not get everything than to drop it, that's for damn sure. And the way the chaining and leveling works is basically, you start gaining more level and stuff later in the chain. And what you use later in the chain actually matters more. So if you want to upgrade your Vulcan shot, for example, you want to use it later in your chain, rather than you having to use it through the whole chain all the time, which I was trying to do at first, and I was like, how are you supposed to pull this off? But it just matters doing it late. So here we go. This is the first little neat usage of this weapon, and basically the only time I use the weapon the whole time. There you go. Thank you for bullets, you. Okay, so we're at level 7. Pretty good. I dropped a few of those because the sword was swinging the wrong direction, but 7's okay. I still haven't decided the best way to start this boss. I've tried 500 different ways. Each time I'm like, yeah, this seems better. Then I die and I'm like, that's not the best way. So lately I've been trying to stick in the middle. And we're looking for a sword, whatever, sword charge here. Actually, wasn't until watching Tan play Ikaruga yesterday, and he's doing all those release powers. It's like, I kind of underestimate how much Ikaruga and Silvergun are alike with that. Like, the release power is like the exact same thing as the sword mechanic. Okay, we don't want to blow the side pod because we want a sword charge. It's super important. If I had a coach, he'd say, nah, okay, there we go. Kind of scary a little bit. Now, we don't want to use the sword charge because we need it for the beginning of the next stage. This is some top-tier, high-level routing. Okay, perfect. All right. So someone here has the duty of, when I defeat the drill boss coming up, you have to say sword, because I need to be reminded to get my sword out before the next stage. And I forget it every single time, so someone's got to say it. When I defeat, yeah, you will say it. That'll work. Okay, this is the hardest, this is one of the hardest parts of the run, because I'm actually going to try to do this chain. And if you try to just survive this section, it's not that hard at all. But if you try to chain it, it sucks. So, and one of the weirdest things, fuck, I ruined it. Okay, well, it is what it is. At least I can survive now. So I can sort of try to make up for that power loss, but it's kind of a problem. But basically now it doesn't affect me. It affects me in the final stage. So I can go this whole time feeling like, it's not that big of a deal. Then when you're fighting the final boss and he's going through all his patterns and he's timing out because you can't kill him fast enough, you're like, fuck, I dropped that chain in stage 3, dude. So that's when that will come out. We're at level 9 though, so it's okay. It's okay. It's not worthy of reason. All right. Okay, after this boss is when I need to stick my sword out. So my strategy for dealing with this boss is rather unique and rather janky, but by damn it's consistent, so we're doing it. Which is I just roll up to the sides like this, and when he's doing those side shots, like don't go in front of him basically. Don't do it. Always just be to the side of him like this. And we're just waiting for the next phase where he drops. Oh fuck, I fucked that up big time. Oh dear God, oh my God. Okay, we're alive. I'm being an idiot. Okay, we're still alive though. Okay. You know what? I'm terrified. I am terrified. Come on, I need the bullet. Yes, okay. Can't even talk. USA! Okay, yeah. The sword's more important though. Okay, sword's out. Sword's out. It's hanging. This is pretty cool trick. And it's like impossible to pull that sword out in that position and in a quick manner. You have to do it in the stage transitions. So it's like one of the first shmups I can think of where the stage transitions are actually like you play during them because you need to get the sword out. So the greatest enemy of your ship in this game, the sword is your greatest ally and your greatest enemy. It's your greatest ally in that it's badass and it kicks ass. But it's your greatest enemy because it swings the wrong direction all the time. You're like, no, motherfucker, swing left, and it's swinging right. And you'll see, I'm saying, probably the majority of my deaths will come from me swinging the sword the wrong way. Okay, so we're going to play patient. We don't want to blow off these turrets because that makes it mad. And we don't want it mad, we just want it spitting out pink bullets. That's what we want. So we're going to be gentle and kind to those turrets. Don't hurt them. You just hurt in the middle. If you hurt them, you're gonna get your ass kicked. And his final, like, destruction pattern is terrifying. If you blow all of the turrets before you kill him, his final pattern, he just aims at you and tracks you faster than you can move. I don't even know how you're supposed to dodge it, to be honest. So we're not gonna do that. This part sucks because it's got you backwards. If I survive this, okay, here we go. I'm strategically going to sword here. This is going on way longer than it's supposed to. I'm going to die. Yeah, that's just going on way longer than it's supposed to. Okay, not that big a deal. Not great. Not great, but sometimes I die on that guy. Nope, we're done. Sword's good. Got a perfect destruction rate though. Okay, so this chain here is pretty chill. I remember that. Okay, swing this bitch. So we're trying really hard not to kill the other ship type. Like, they look big, but they're actually quite delicate. Okay, I'm on the wrong side of the screen. Okay, I fucked up the chain, but it's still going at least. Sometimes it's better, like I said, sometimes it's better to not get everything than to, oh, okay, hold on a sec. We're in trouble here. Okay, scrambling in the live setting. This chain is not going super well, but at least I didn't drop it. This terrifies me every time. Okay, then you fire, catch the reds coming in. So one of the best OP strats you'll see me use in the last stages, like all day, is you can swing your sword and do this and do the spreads at the same time. That gives you a ton of damage. And that's a technique you use on bosses all the time. It's like the go-to strategy. I haven't played the arcade version, so I have no idea. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Good point. Sick. Yeah, I am macroing. Yeah. Hey, well, Treasure allowed it. It's their fault. Console exclusive strategies. You get so many iframes during the sword charge. That's why it's really good. It's not just the damage, it's just all the iframes. See, that's terrifying. It's swinging wrong. I'm saying managing the sword is definitely the main strategy on this boss. Slow down. Oh, okay. If you hang out in the back the first time, it'll let you get away from it. But the next time, it gets scary. I'll speak for that second. This boss is good. Other than when I get waves of pink bullets coming at me, and it's just like, can the sword catch them? Okay, we're getting there. Die already. What's crazy about those the gravity shots is if they hit you, they actually don't kill you, but they like hold you in place. So depending on what's going on, they're either not that scary or they're terrifying. Okay, we're in the last bit here. So what's funny is coming into the next stage, I actually don't want a sword charge. So there's basically a free sword charge here, so it's so tempting to get it, but you actually, for me, I don't want it, so. Because I need to swing this bitch. Yeah, it's a little shorter, yeah. I don't think much, but a little. Okay, here comes my first big boy secret chain. This is what separates the amateurs from the pros.
This one chain.
This one chain. If you nail it, you're a pro.
Pros hate when amateurs know this.
Yeah, super play only. You have to buy the VHS. Okay, here we go. Did it work? There we go, we did. Now we're yellow. I barely remember to do that. Oh god. Yeah, I got it though. Some of the greatest one of the greatest enemies of Radiant Silvergun is literally just remembering what to do. Like, a lot of the chains and stuff, compared to other games, aren't necessarily that difficult. At least the ones I do. But, like, remembering to do them can sometimes be really hard. Because they just, they come on you really unexpectedly. Okay, this boss isn't really that scary, except the very first time it turns. For some reason, the very first time it turns, I have a trouble with it. But every other time it's fine. So it's gonna swing his arm down. I'm just gonna stay far away, throwing my spreads. And what we're really going for here is the sword. Yeah, the iframes, the golden iframes. Thank you. Okay, here it is. This is the pattern I was talking about. This is it, because this fucking worm gets crazy. Which way is it going? Which way is it going? I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. Okay, just in time. Should be okay. But in a live run, you're never safe in a live run because nerves kick in at the worst times. The simplest dodges become terrifying. Actually, I'm not going to shoot here because the bullet visibility is so shitty. I'm not going to be able to see where the fuck I'm going. There's no hurry. It takes forever. I've got my sword charge done. So we've got a safety net here. Everything else goes wrong. We just hit the sword button. So this time I do want to actually save my sword charge for the next game. I'm playing extremely cautiously here. This is unnecessary, but I'm taking no risk. So far, so good. Obviously, dying to the stage boss, yeah. Okay. Now I need to remember my chains. There's another secret chain coming up. This one is actually really important because it can make up for that chain drop. That's good. Don't get greedy. Just let it go. Don't get greedy because you try to get that one extra yellow and you screw it up and then you're out of blood. All right, so I'm gonna play. If I was playing legit, I would try to really. Sorry if I'm not speaking loud. I'm tired of shit. I would try to go opposite of this guy. I will try to do that, but if I think about it too much, I always fuck up. So I'm not gonna think about it too much. Okay, we're gonna try to go opposite. Okay, good. Now I gotta dodge this shit. Okay, we gotta try it one more time. Yes. Okay, just don't die. Okay, now let's go with him. Okay, good shit. I should be able to dodge this. The biggest enemy, the greatest enemy is bullet visibility, motherfucker. Okay. I could swear that my bullets go over the top of the bullets. It definitely. Okay, we got him. We got him. Okay, we got him. We got him. Thank God that becomes invulnerable. I don't just ram into it. Just. Okay, this motherfucker is again. Why I die to him a lot is bullet visibility of his fucking flamethrower. So you might see me not shooting on his flamethrower just because I can't fucking see my bullets and his bullets mixing together. Yeah, come on, Treasure. Come on, Treasure. What the fuck were you thinking? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they're like, fuck you using fucking Vulcan all the time. Yeah, and they regret it. Okay, I think I took out the flamethrowers. So these pills are kind of crazy. Okay, there we go. Like I said, I'm playing overly cautious, but I'm not taking it. I'm trying to minimize risk as much as possible. Oh fuck, flamethrowers appear again. These boss fights are going on way longer than they're supposed to, but I'm scared. So. He's going to use his plasma gun. Okay. Every boss is a miracle right now. Okay, we're sitting pretty good in terms of power. The magic number is 16. That's like the bare minimum, and we're at 14, so we should be okay. But if I could fuck up a chain, and it's all over. So right here, I don't even try to chain this shit. So we're just gonna go pure survival mode here. This is where a rare opportunity, the homing shot gets to some use. Okay, so this part's kind of scary because you kind of have to speed kill these guys. Sometimes they get shot out. Yeah, ooh, and you can't fucking see it. You just have to dodge it before it's there, basically. Okay, again, not trying to chain. Because this fucking section, when you try to chain, it's like a section where if you don't try to chain it, it's easy. And then the second you attempt to chain it, you're dying. At least on my end, so. Okay, you want a sword charge though, so now I'm gonna possibly die trying to get a sword charge. There it is, okay. Now I'm stuck in the corner. We really don't want to be stuck here, but speed kill, okay. Now up here. Okay. Alright, this motherfucking dragon. I have a sword. I get the sword charge because he has a habit of just ramming my ass. And so that's what we're most terrified of, is him just ramming into me. I feel like he's static in terms of what he does, but he's so wiggly and tricky, I still get confused what he's gonna do next. So okay, he's gonna go into a ball here, and he's gonna corner me, and we're gonna sword our way out of it. Here we go. Soften his ass up. So you absolutely want to use this. See, he's gonna ram my ass. Absolutely want to use this homing weapon on it. It was like specially made to work on him. Even if it's, I told you he's gonna ram my ass. God damn it. I feel like I gotta be near an extend some point. Yeah. Like I said, if I game over, it's fine. I got the extend right as it happened. Oh, dear God. I better not waste it after all that. Yeah. Better not fucking waste it. It is possible for me to no miss the game from here. I can do it if I play well, but that's not gonna happen. So check your expectations, kids.
Welcome to the Let's Play.
This Let's Play Radiant Silver. Okay. So I didn't get the full perfect, but that dragon was trolling me, so. Alright, so. Trying to remember. Oh, okay, this bit here's. I don't know if you even get that much chain from this, to be honest. I'll just swing my sword like a madman. Okay, we're gonna get a sword recharge here. Alright, I'm pretty good at this boss, but famous last words, right? The thing about this boss is do not go in the back corner. Don't even think about it. Because these motherfucking things bounce off the walls and they like speed up when they come off the wall. They're not even going slower. So don't get near the wall. That's the golden rule of this pattern. Whatever happens. And that can get nasty. That can get pretty fucking nasty. And then you gotta swing your sword while this is going on. Okay. Okay. Oh. I'm breaking the rule. Don't do it. Okay. That's straight bullet. All right. So now we're gonna see the strat, which is swing your sword and shoot the spread shot. We're gonna see this a lot in the next coming stages. And the scary section here is right here because, like I said, bullet visibility is not your friend in this game. Dear God. Dear God. Dear God. Yeah, I know. I'm regretting it now. I'm regretting that shit now. Luckily, my spread shot's pretty upgraded. So this really is good in this section. You can it's almost Galaga where you can like make a little force field for yourself. These things they're trolling my ass right now. I swear they're changing speeds. Oh! I told you. Okay. Not a big deal. Let's keep going. Let's keep playing. Yeah, he really did. Yeah, he really is like talking to me. Everyone likes this boss though. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, this should do it. Well, yeah, well, I'm not really hitting him with too much. Yep, you notice Treasure loved that rotating thing, yeah. Yeah, it's a big deal. They discovered that. Ironically, this boss is way harder than the next boss. The next boss is a pushover, if you know the trick. But he can also randomly hit you with stuff. So. Alright, we're at 15. Yes! Definitely worth it. Oh. Yeah. This is like a little chain. I don't get a whole lot of charge off it, but hopefully we're at least getting to 60. And I'm going to drop the chain right about here, just because it gets to this. Yeah. Let's just screw up your chain. Okay, so here's a trick here that I do, which is kind of the thing you're wanting to pay attention to is this ball that explodes. You kind of want to lead it higher up on the screen. I'm not doing a great job of it. Yeah, I knew this sword. You got to be somewhere nearby. Bit extra red chain. Then, to be cool, secret chain. Here we go. Here's the secret chain. Oh! No, it's not. I don't know how. I messed that up somehow. Yeah, I must have. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So, for some reason, if you shoot it with the spread shot, it really loves to roll. And that's great because when it rolls, it drops pink bullets. So you can make this boss fight a lot easier by just going to the side of it and shooting it with the spread shot. This laser, because it does like a change up. That's what's scary about it. It doesn't like actually aim at you, it like aims next to you. These guys aim at you, and they're tiny. Yeah. Bullet visibility, dude. Okay, this part sucks. Stay away, dude. Stay away. Don't do it. Stay away. Okay, just keep him away. Okay, here we go. Okay. Say, what's the... Let's look at the... Ooh. I'm at 15. We wanted 16. So we're going into the final stage here. I mean, I already game overed anyway, but I want to make this at least respectable, so... I may end up... My power is so low that I may end up timing out this guy. But I think I have just enough not to. I can't change this. It's like one of those things where to do it correctly is pretty high risk. So we're just swinging. It does nothing. That does nothing. Okay, this section here, the tidal lasers. I've come up with all kinds of different strategies for this. And again, it's one of those things where I think I come up with like an amazing strategy and then I get hit. Jesus Christ. Here we go. I hate these motherfuckers. You know what kills me? I was gonna say that, yep. The pink bullets get past my sword. Yep. Okay. Okay. There we go. That was actually... Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was a timeout. I'm pretty sure that was a timeout. Because I was saving my sword charge to try and get at least a little bit of extra damage to start here. Yeah, you can get a few accidental ones, but they do like basically nothing. What we're really looking for is to charge up the power. The real enemy here are these dudes on the side. Okay. Oh, I can imagine. Here, what we're gonna want to do. Things not cooperate. And like I said before, a lot of why I'm having so much difficulty right now is because my power level's low. So like the game just gets harder because you played bad at the start. It's pretty cool design, but brutal for a live run. This part's scary. This part is hard to see with the flashing blue. Okay, get in the center here. You're safe in the center. There we go. Now we get to rotate more. Oh, damn. Okay, this part gets scary. These guys ran you faster than bullets. It would be nice if those like were blocked by the little gate things. Fly right over them. This is why it's nice to play on the Saturn version though. Just this pattern basically. Because the slowdown. It's like actually you get some extra slowdown in the final boss, but I actually find that slowdown in the final boss harder than the 360 version. But this section at least is nice. This is so claustrophobic. Yeah, we're getting damn close to timing this sucker out. A sword charge here would be wonderful. Thank you. Gotta remember where that rocket's coming from. See, I just do not do any damage on this bitch. I think we got one more rotation. We gotta switch to this side shot here and hit nothing for a minute. This is where it gets heavy. There we go, we did it. Okay. Okay, so maybe here, maybe. And what I mean by maybe is maybe won't be totally embarrassing. No. No claps. Silence. Bird chirps. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This boss is really fun though, all else fails. It is a really fun boss fight. And I probably like, compared to some of the other bosses, better at it than like that last boss we fought because I've always fought him low power, so I basically had to learn to time out every single pattern of his, so I know it pretty well. And I have just enough power where I shouldn't have to time out all of his patterns. There's one where we do, but the rest should be okay. Epic introduction. I love the music too. Reminds me of the Temple of Time from Legend of Zelda. We get to sit here for a second. Just point blank in him. Yeah, time to throw. There's actually a really specific rhythm on this. Where you want to get up and over him. Okay, and the scary thing is you don't want to get too close to him because his limbs reach further than they look. Yeah. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Now he's gonna try to kick my ass. Go to the corner. No! Yeah, that shouldn't work, but it does. God, this pattern. It's actually not that hard, but the fact that they're spinning makes it fucking hard. Plays with your mind. You want to save the sword charge. Okay. Then we're gonna glide down here like this. Then we're gonna use the beautiful iframes to go through the wall. I fucking can't even see. Goddamn bullet visibility. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, yeah. And I swear my bullets are above it. I swear they are. Maybe they're not, but it definitely feels that way. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is the pattern we're gonna time out. I have quite a bit of experience with it, but it's scary, so. What are the scariest parts of the pattern? Yeah, damn. Just too slow. Alright, let's try again. We're gonna try 5 more times, or however many times we're gonna do this. This is why people say don't, why you need to level up your homing basically for this pattern. Okay, go, go, go! We gotta cross! Oh! That's actually a scary part of the pattern right there. Dude's doing soccer kicks. Okay, that fucking hurts. Yeah, he's doing the David Beckham. Go, go, go! Okay. Yeah, he'll eventually just give up doing this. Eventually. Eventually he'll just be like, alright, I've done enough of these. There we go, he gave up. Okay, this is key. Getting the sword charge is the key to everything. Okay, here we go. Then I gotta point blank this bitch as much as possible because he has the pattern of death if I don't. These fucking green. These things are terrifying because they're so hard to fucking read. We don't want to be too far in the corner. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Okay, we gotta get these. Nope. Fuck. Didn't do enough damage. Didn't do enough damage. That he was supposed to die there. Now this is gonna get embarrassing because this pattern is so nasty. I kind of learned to do it, but not. It's really fucking hard. Yeah. Like if you miss that, it's just over basically. So. Yeah. I just didn't have enough power to take him out. Alright, so this is the last pattern of his, and this is the pattern I was talking about, where the slowdown on the Saturn, I feel like kind of makes it harder. Because when it starts to speed up, I tend to, it does like a little bit of a change up on it, compared to playing it on the 360. We're gonna have to do this for a long time, by the way, because my power's low. This is the part that's hard, because like they start to slow. Okay. Okay. You always get 100 to kill him. Yeah, right, totally. I've actually timed him out before though, so it is possible. No, you get nothing. You get nada. Oh, okay.
Nothing. You lose.
Yep.
Good day, sir.
Prequel. We've gone back in time. This pattern isn't too bad. Really, this last bit isn't too bad, except the final 5 seconds, which are brutal. And I've lost so many 1cc runs to the final 5 seconds of this game. Oh, yeah, yeah. You gotta do some dodging here. All right, here we go. The final. God damn it, it got me. All right, here we go. Just for drama. 4, 3, 2. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Yeah. Like I said, I'm tired. So that was Let's Play Radiant Silvergun. Yeah. Obviously, I told you guys I wasn't going to play while I'm dead tired, but I just wanted to at least put it in so that's in the record books that I played. So up next, yeah. I think we'll see what's up next. I hope you all enjoyed that. Yeah, I'll swap over.
All right, that's it. Oh, yeah, I'll back out. Or I could do the normal mode run if you want more. All right, next here it is then.
Alrighty, everyone, hang tight. Let's take a look at the schedule. Oh, Touhou Imperishable Night. We'll switch to that next.